Okay. Do you want me to start? No? Yes? Okay. Good evening. This is the Burlingame Planning Commission hearing of September 26th, 2022. I would like to call this meeting to order at 7:01. For all in attendance today, please note that this Planning Commission meeting is being held using the Zoom webinar format, so you will see that the planning commissioners and staff are panelists. Please note that there are several ways to submit comments during this meeting. You may raise your hand in Zoom by clicking on the raise hand button located at the bottom of your screen. Members of the public who are participating in the Zoom webinar by phone can dial *9 to raise a hand. You may also send your comments by email to publiccomment, one word, publiccomment@burlingame.org. Staff will be monitoring emails submitted during the meeting, which will be read at the appropriate time. The length of the emailed comment should be commensurate with 3 minutes customarily allowed for verbal comments. If you are an applicant or an applicant's representative, I will ask you to raise your hand when your agenda item is up for discussion so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. We ask that you also turn on your video at that time so we can have more clear communication, simulating the experience that we would have if we were meeting in person. This meeting is being live streamed on YouTube and will be uploaded to the city's website after the meeting. So we're going to do the agenda item 2, which is roll call. The record should note that all commissioners are present except for Chair Michael Gall. Item number 2 is approval of the minutes. There are no meeting minutes to approve, so that's easy. Agenda item 4, approval of the agenda. Staff, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, there are no changes to the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. And approval of the agenda, are there any changes to the agenda?
No.
Okay. And do we have any recusals? No. Okay, very good.
Sorry.
Yes. Oh.
Yes, sorry, couldn't raise my hand fast enough. I will be recusing from item 7B in the consent calendar as we are the project architect.
Very good.
I will be recusing from item 9A, 9B, and 9C. I am the realtor for item 9B, but since it's the same owner, I will be recusing from all 3 items.
So once again, it's A, B, and
9A, B, and C.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, so I think that's great. Next, we have item 5, public comment, non-agenda. Members of the public may speak about any item not on the agenda. Members of the public wishing to suggest an item for future Planning Commission agenda may do so during the public comment period. The Ralph Brown Act, the state local agency open meeting law prohibits the Planning Commission from acting on any matter that is not on the agenda. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each. Please speak clearly into the microphone. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on any item that is not on our agenda? Okay, guess seeing none, we're going to move on to the next item.
And sorry, Acting Chair Pop, I'll just confirm also, we do not have any emails. We have emails for items that are on the agenda, but none that are not on the agenda.
Very good. Thank you very much. And item number 6, study items. There are no study items this evening, it appears. So on to item 7, the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine. They are acted on simultaneously unless separate discussion and/or action is requested by the applicant, a member of the public, or a commissioner prior to the time the commission votes on the motion to adopt. This evening, we have 2 items on the consent calendar. First, we're going to do item 7A, which is 1312 Montero Avenue. Would any member of the public or the applicant like to pull this item for discussion? No. Do you have anything?
No.
Or would any member of the planning commission like to pull this item for discussion? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to ask for comments or motions on 1312 Montero Avenue.
I'll move that we approve on consent item 7A, 1312 Montero Avenue.
Very great, very good. May I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, then do we do a roll call vote or yes? Okay,
Yes.
then I'd like to call for a vote.
Commissioner Camerado,
Aye.
Commissioner Loftus. Oh my gosh, very old list here. Okay. I did not update my list. Okay, I'm going to go around. Commissioner Horan,
Yeah, aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmid,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
and Acting Chair Foth.
Aye. Okay, so that item passes. Let's do this right. 6-0-1, or was it 6-1-0?
6001.
6001. Great.
Yeah.
Congratulations, 1312 Montero Avenue. Now we're moving to item 7B, 2836 Mariposa, also on the consent count, Mariposa Drive, also on the consent calendar. Would any member of the public or applicant like to pull this item for discussion? Or would any member of the planning commission like to pull this item for discussion? No? Okay. Do we have any?
Acting Chair Pfaff, I just did want to note that Commissioner Say has recused herself for this item.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Yes.
Oh, no, you're great.
Yeah,
She is recused, so she is not participating in this item at all.
very good. Okay. Thank you for the reminder. And then if we don't have any discussion or comments, may I have a motion by someone?
I'll make a motion that we approve 2836 Mariposa Drive on consent.
I'll second that.
Second.
Okay. So very good. Then I would like to have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Camerado,
Aye.
Commissioner Horan,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Aye.
and Acting Chair Foth.
Aye. Okay, so on this one, it's 5-0-1.
One. Yeah,
I'll
perfect.
get there. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Yeah. Super. An action by the Planning Commission is appealable to the City Council in 10 days of the Planning Commission's action. If the Planning Commission's action has not been appealed or called up for review by the City Council by 5 p.m. on the 10th day, the action becomes final. In order to be effective, appeals must be in writing and must be accompanied by an appeal fee of $745, which includes noticing costs. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Now we move to agenda item 8, regular action items. First, we're going to do 8A, which is 1205 Burlingame Avenue. If you are the applicant or applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask for you to turn on your video at that time. Okay, were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? And do I have any? For myself, I would like to note that several months ago, I did speak to the, I believe it was the applicant or somebody who worked for the sign firm, as well as the owner of the building, Ron Karp. Okay. Let the record note that all commissioners are present have visited the project site. Can we hear the staff report, please?
Yes, in 2002, a sign variance was granted for the number of signs on the primary frontage at 1205 Burlingame Avenue. This allowed the historic Burlingame Hotel projecting sign to be retained and allow additional signage for the new Sephora retail establishment being proposed at that time. With the zoning code update, which became effective this year, a master sign program is allowed for signs located above the first story of a building in cases where the code does not specifically allow them. Master sign program provides means for the flexible application of sign regulations for projects that require multiple signs and or unique signs. The applicant is requesting approval of a master sign program for a second floor projecting sign at 1205 Burlingame Avenue, Zone BAC. As part of the master sign program, the applicant is also requesting to exceed the maximum allowed sign area allotted for the secondary tenant frontage along Lorton Avenue. The building facades have frontages along Burlingame Avenue as the primary frontage and Lorton Avenue as the secondary frontage. Sephora has 4 existing ground floor signs along Burlingame Avenue, which is the primary frontage, and 1 existing ground floor wall along Lorton Avenue. The applicant is proposing to replace the existing second floor projecting sign at the corner of the building with a new, slightly larger projecting sign in the same location. The proposed sign would be for the existing primary tenant, which is Sephora, located on the ground floor of the building. The existing reference to the hotel would be omitted, given that the building no longer contains a hotel, and the current Art Deco shape of the sign would be changed to a simpler rectangular shape. The proposed sign would consist of a framed aluminum sign cabinet with face-lit aluminum channel letters and would be mounted to the corner of the building. Sign lettering would be internally lit with LED. For the proposed change, a master sign program is being requested to allow first a sign above the first building story, and second, signs exceeding the maximum allowed sign area along the secondary tenant frontage. Required findings for a master sign program are outlined on pages 2 and 3 of the staff report, and the commission may refer to those findings in evaluating this request. The applicant is in attendance for questions, but first I'm available for questions of staff.
Are there any questions? Oh, yes, Commissioner Lowenthal, please.
Yeah, Director Gardner, do we know the height of the existing sign? I didn't see that in the plans.
I don't know offhand. Maybe the applicant can provide that.
Okay.
I think it's fairly comparable. The difference in the size is just a couple square feet. So assumption is it's probably pretty close. The shape is a little different in that it's the current sign kind of tapers down, whereas the proposed would be square.
Okay.
I have also a question. Oh, yes. Commissioner Camarado, please.
Kevin, I was actually driving around today and noticed that Barry's sign is pretty big sign over on Howard. Do we happen to, could we possibly get the dimensions of that particular sign? Is that possible in comparison to this one at some point?
Yes, we can. I don't know how quickly we can get that information right this second, but we can see if, sure, during discussion, I'll see if we can find that permit.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, my question actually was similar to Commissioner Lowenthal's, but I have another part of the question, which is, it's 2 parts. I wanted to ask if staff knew how far, or even perhaps the owner or the applicant, how far the sign, the edge of the sign, the part that's horizontal, that's kind of going outward at 45 degrees, if you measured from the edge of the sign, the outward edge towards the actual corner of the building, if anyone knows what that dimension is. I couldn't find it. I know it hangs out pretty far now. I was hoping somebody had a comparison.
We can look for that as well, if it's not on the plans.
It may be, I just couldn't find it.
I think it's on the plans on 1.0. Looks like 3 foot, 10.5 inches.
Okay, very good. From the edge of the building out. Did you say 3 foot 10? That was it?
Yeah.
Okay, super. Thank you. That's helpful. And finally, it's a code question regarding corner buildings. I wasn't understanding, the staff report mentions there being a calculation done for the Lorton tenant. I know I'm aware of the lift sign, which isn't that large. Is something else being counted on there, or is the corner, the proposed sign, is that being counted both towards the Lorton calculation and the Burlingame calculation, or is it count for only one or the other? I didn't understand what the rule on a corner is for a blade that goes out and is visible from both sides.
You know, I would say in this case, I'm just looking at the staff report and the table. It may be that as on the corner, it's neither, which is perhaps why it's also appropriate for a master sign program. That master sign programs really for unusual circumstances where the regular sign code would not fit. So in this case, I think, as you mentioned, the Lorton sign is for the upstairs tenant. But the corner sign, the kind of big projecting sign is kind of split between the two frontages.
Okay, and is it? I can't remember if there was a sort of a fast food place on the edge. If that is, there's paint on there for a while or some signage. Is that also being calculated in here, or it's not? Is that no longer there? Not.
So that would be the Sushi Rito, and they would be on the Lorton side. So yeah, their sign would be included. I believe they have a blade sign.
Okay, very good. I really appreciate that. I wish I had asked you earlier. I'm sorry about the calculation. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And does anyone else, Commissioner Camerata, your hand is still up. Okay. All right. Nobody else. Okay, then I'm going to open the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward and state your name and anything else you'd like to add about your project? Mr. Ford, are you there?
Sorry, it was rejoining. For some reason, my video is not working. I'll see if I can get it to work. But my name is David Ford. I'm the applicant representing Jones Sign. I don't have anything to add to the staff report. I think they pretty much covered everything. We are in agreement with all their findings and conditions of approval, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
I don't see any more questions. Are there? Oh, yes, Commissioner Say.
Yes. Mr. Ford, I just wanted to ask quickly, is the additional 2 square feet that you're asking for the size of the sign pertain to the shape of it and basically the filling out of what was previously an organic shape sign?
Yeah, I mean, it is the shape of it. Yes. I mean, the previous sign, as you can tell, had some gaps in it. It was wider at the bottom and at the top. And I think this new sign is 2 square feet larger than what was there before. I didn't see the dimensions of the existing sign. on the drawing, so I'm not sure exactly what that is, but I know it was calculated at 2 square feet larger for the new one because it's a full rectangle.
Right, okay, so that it's attributed to the shape of it.
Correct.
And do you know if generally the height is the same as the existing sign?
I was just looking at the photo there's a photo on sheet 0.1 that kind of shows what, the existing sign, kind of, it starts in the same spot and it goes up. It looks like it goes up at least halfway on the building, and this appears to be similar to that. Again, I don't know the exact height of it, but it's being 2 square feet larger, it's going to be relatively same scale as the existing sign.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, and Commissioner Horan?
Thank you. Just out of interest, you're showing the corner mounting plates bridging between the faux corner blocks on the building. I was just wondering why you chose to do that rather than have them line up with the blocks.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that. What I don't know is the right now there's an engineering sheet that's in here, and it shows they've got, the plate is going to go, and the anchors for the plate are going to go into those blocks. What I don't know is if the plate, the height of the plate in relation to the blocks, there may have been a concern by the engineer that if they tried to have it on the blocks, that it would be too close to the edge and could jeopardize the attachment. So I think what they're trying to do is pretty much center those anchors in the middle of the blocks vertically to make sure that it's not going to chip off or break off or something like that.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, did I miss anyone? No, okay. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, or do we receive any public comment emails on the item?
Let's see, I do not see any public comment emails for this item.
Okay, I am going to then close the public hearing on the item. Commissioners, are there comments? Okay. I'm just going to make a comment because I happen to know about the sign. So for the public's interest or your interest, the original sign, and this is probably the 5th reuse or so of the original sign. It said it was Burlingame Hotel. So the Burlingame part was running downward, or Burlingame or Hotel, and then Burlingame actually at the bottom. Burlingame being in script on the bottom part, which still exists. And it used to be at the very first version was without the little bottom part, and it was way at the top of the building, but a blade sign. Then it was moved down, and there was the script part added, and each time the font changed a little bit. So it is not, it's been altered quite a bit. And then when Sephora opened up, it was nice. They happily reused the original, I guess you'd say the metal work, and left it on the corner there. And I thought it was quite lovely. Little disappointed that we can't have a neon or something kind of unusual, but I understand corporate is corporate and they like everything to match. So I personally, I don't have a problem with this item or this proposal. And so seeing that there are no other comments, would someone like to make a motion? Oh, did I close the public hearing? I have to do that. I did that already.
You did close.
You
Okay,
did.
all right. May I have a motion then? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see the hands again. I'm going to say Commissioner Lowenthal, please.
Yeah, I move to approve as per the staff report.
Okay, and
I'll second that.
all right, Commissioner Schmidt is the second, and so I will say all those in favor. Oh, we don't do that. We do a roll call. I'm back at historical
We
site.
can do both. but
Yeah,
we'll do the roll
okay.
call.
All right, very good.
And I will go through my corrected roll call. Commissioner Camerado,
Hi.
Commissioner Horan,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmid,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
and Acting Chair Pfaff.
Aye. Okay, so let me try this one. I think it is a 6001.
Very
Yes?
good.
Good, okay.
Got it.
Very good. All right, seeing that, congratulations. Now we're moving on to agenda item.
I'm sorry, Director Gardner, and I apologize for not knowing this. Is this appealable?
Yes, so if you
Says-
could read the
Oh,
appeal
sorry.
language.
Sorry, wait. So it is any action by the planning commission is appealable to the city council within 10 days of the planning commission's action. If the planning commission's action has not been appealed or called up for review by the city council by 5 p.m. on the 10th day, the action becomes final. In order to be effective, appeals must be in writing and must be accompanied by an appeal fee of $745, which includes noticing costs. Congratulations to 1205 Burlingame Avenue. Now we're moving to agenda item 8B, 1855 to 1881 Rollins Road. If you are the applicant or applicant's representative, raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? Commissioner Schmidt?
Yeah, I'd like to note that I had a preview with the Hanover Company of the drawings before this meeting.
Okay. Nobody is recusing themselves, so very good. Let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we hear the project report, please?
Yes, hopefully you can see my screen share here. Before I get started with the project introduction, I do need to read in several items into the public record. The first is a list of a few categorical exemption memo corrections. On page 2, the project site is bounded to the east by Rollins Road, to the west by the Caltrain tracks, and to the south by Broderick Road. On page 7, the project would also include 6,899 square feet of public open space. On page 8 of the CE memo, the total potential LID reduction credits is 55%, so that the project only needs to treat 45% of the site using LID measures. The project currently includes 96,578 square feet of non-LID treated area, but is eligible for up to 119,307 square feet. The project would treat 55.6% of stormwater runoff on site. Also on page 8, the total bioretention treatment area would be 4,034 square feet. On page 9, the design review approval timing is concurrent with the project approval. On page 16, the project would comply with chapter 18.07.110 of the municipal code, which lists the construction hours in the RRMU district between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. on weekdays. And on page 20, in addition, the project would treat 55.6 of stormwater runoff using LID treatment measures. So staff would just note that these revisions do not have an impact on the findings of the Class 32 urban infill categorical exemption for the project. The next thing I'd like to share is one revised condition of approval for the project. This will be condition number 31. That the applicant or contractor shall ensure that a soils management plan is prepared by a certified environmental consultant to address the appropriate handling, storing, and sampling of any soil to be removed from the subject property. All right. I'll go ahead and introduce the project now. This application is for design review, density bonus, and approval of community bonuses for a new 5-story, 420 unit, multi-unit residential development on a project development site of 4.993 acres. With the proposed application, the 3 parcels would be merged to create a 5.023 parcel, and a 0.03 acre of the new parcel, which is located on the railroad spur, would be fenced off and not developed. The remaining 4.993 acres of the new parcel comprises the project development site. The project development site would have frontages on both Rollins Road and Broderick Road. There would be a total of 3 courtyards proposed at the interior of the main residential building, along with loggias that connect the courtyard spaces. And there are additional open spaces located at the rear, right side of the site and along the Broderick Road frontage. There would be a total of 545 parking spaces proposed for the project. Parking for the residents is located in an attached garage at the very rear of the residential building. And the garage would have 5 levels of enclosed parking and a roof deck. The proposed mix of residential units would include 50 studio units, 233 one-bedroom units, 119 two-bedroom units, and 18 three-bedroom units. Of the 420 units proposed, 35 units would be designated affordable for low-income households. The exterior materials proposed for the project include stucco, a wood appearing siding, fiber cement siding, tile, glass railings, ACM panel, painted concrete, vinyl windows and vinyl windows and doors for the residential units, and an aluminum storefront for the lobby and amenity spaces that are at the main building entrance. The Planning Commission may approve Tier 3 projects if it determines that the project includes at least 3 community benefits. The applicant is proposing the following 3 community benefits: affordable housing, the 35 below market rate units, public plaza beyond the minimum size, which would be Plaza A, and a mode split, which is a TDM plan that provides for permanent mobility mode shift towards alternative transportation of up to 25% for the building occupants through a TDM plan. For landscaping on the site, the project proposes 15.9% landscaping, where a minimum of 20% of the project development site is required. The applicant has made an application for a density bonus waiver to this development standard. And for open space requirements, the project proposes 123 square feet of open space per unit, where a minimum of 125 square feet of open space per unit is required. The applicant has made an application for a density bonus incentive to provide less than the required amount of open space. The applicant, in summary, is requesting design review for construction of a new 420 unit multi-unit residential development, a density bonus to allow 70 additional units over the base density allowed, density bonus to allow incentive to provide less than the required minimum of open space per living unit, density bonus to allow a waiver to the minimum landscape coverage standard, and finally, approval of community benefits bonuses for Tier 3 projects. This concludes the staff presentation for this action item. There are suggested findings for design review in the staff report, along with 63 items, condition of approval items. I can take questions of staff at this time, and then I believe the applicant is in attendance and would like to give a presentation to the Planning Commission.
So I'm going to ask for questions of Planner Lewitt. Okay, I'm putting my own hand up. I actually have a number of questions, but I'm going to ask you specifically if you could just explain more clearly the landscape waiver. What is that pertaining to, as well as what is called the is it private open space waiver? What is that exactly? Both of those.
So the density bonus application requests one incentive and one waiver. The landscape requirement, the minimum for the site is 20%, and the applicant is proposing 15.9% of on-site landscaping. The waiver that they are requesting as part of the density bonus is for open space. Let me scroll to that. It's the minimum required is 125 square feet of open space per unit, and the calculation just under that. It's 123 square feet per unit. So they're divided out into several different categories. There's common open space. Which would be what's in the courtyards and the loggia areas, which can be used by all the tenants. There's public open space, which would basically be what you see in the three plazas at the front of the building. And there's additional open space, and we find that in the dog park at the rear, and also on the Broderick side. So they're asking for two exceptions. Well, they're asking for an incentive and a waiver as part of the density bonus.
But I'm not quite understanding, is the private space, is that what a balcony? I don't really understand what that is. What is that?
Open space does include private open space. Yes, that's part of the calculations.
Oh, so it's like you calculate everything and you do it, you divide. Is that what? So
Correct.
It's not, okay.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. And I have a couple of other questions, but I think I have to direct them to the applicant. So does anyone else have a planner question or staff? I don't see any. Okay. Do we have, oh no, I need to, let's see, I'm going to open the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward and state your name and anything else you'd like to add about your project?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
A little bit, sort of, yes.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I was transitioning to panelist, I think, when you were giving instructions, so I might have missed that, but I'll get started if everyone's ready.
Yes.
Great. So, and actually, before I begin, Erica and Ruben is in. Oh, I see in. Okay, great. So we're all here. Fantastic. Okay. Good evening, Chair Pfaff and members of the commission. My name is Scott Udall with the Hanover Company, and we are pleased to be back in front of you tonight to present our new proposed residential community at 1855 to 1881 Rollins Road. I'm going to share my screen here. Please let me know if you are seeing that.
Yes.
Are you seeing the? Okay, you're seeing the presentation.
The rendering, yes.
Great, great. Okay. So I'm joined by Ian Murphy and John Ennis of BD Architecture, who will walk you through the project's design updates this evening. And before I begin, I just want to quickly thank planning staff for their hard work in shepherding this project through the entitlement process, especially Erica, who has run point for all the city departments. So I'm just going to start with a quick, we'll try to run through this quickly and be respectful of everyone's time. I'll provide a quick project status update from when we were together in March. I will then turn it over to Ian to walk you through the design changes. And then I'll jump back on to recap the community benefits as well as answer any questions. So when we were here as Erica mentioned, when this project came before this commission in March for design review, it was a 4.8 acre project consisting of 405 proposed apartment homes. But we mentioned at the time that the CEQA study was going to look at 420 units, since we were hoping to assemble the site with this parcel in blue, the Union Pacific Railroad parcel. And fortunately, we were able to get under contract with the Union Pacific Railroad for that spur in June of this year. So we're here before you tonight with the revised project of 420 units, including 35 BMR units affordable to low incomes, one more than we had in March. As Erica mentioned, we are parked at a 1.3 parking ratio. Also, we have, in accordance with the REACH code, we do have 420 electrical vehicle spaces, one per unit, and 232 bike parking spaces for the residents. And in March, we received lots of good feedback from the commission. And so I'm going to let Ian jump in here and walk you through the changes driven by both the change in the site plan with the railroad parcel, as well as responding to comments from this commission body.
Thanks, Scott. We can go into here we have the project as it was presented last March. As Scott mentioned, this was prior to the inclusion of the railroad parcel. To orient us, we have Rollins Road to the east on plan right, and Broderick to the south. Next slide. And this is the revised plan that we'd like to present to you tonight. We think that the incorporation of a lot of the comments that we heard from the council on the last presentation have made the project significantly better. We're very happy to have incorporated a lot of the ideas that we heard from this group last time. On the far left, we have a dog park, which we had previously located in our larger courtyard, and we've now moved off to the open space provided in the remainder of the site on the far left. One of the biggest changes is that with the incorporation of the railroad parcel, we were able to create a full loop road for EVA access around the entirety of the site, making for better site fire department access and better overall access around the site. We've also relocated Plaza C, which is located in the middle of the frontage on Rollins. We've moved that to the center of the building massing and increased it by nearly double the size. We've also incorporated the commission's comments about adding a small retail in the form of a coffee kiosk located on the lower right-hand side on the east at the corner of Rollins and Broderick. And we've also revised the move-in entry area on the back of the site to provide more gracious entry and separate the loading zone from the move-in area there. Here you see the elevation as we presented last March. We got comments from the commission to look at the corners and study ways to enhance those elements. Next slide. And here's what we're proposing tonight. And we're very happy with making these changes here. The yellow areas pointed to the roof line on the far left and far right show that we have canted the metallic ACM ribbon, which accentuate the corner and add height in those areas to make them more prominent and special from the rest of the architectural treatment. We've also had a portion of the corner treatment along Broderick dive into the white portion of the massing, extending that special corner treatment and adding more interest to that corner. You can also see this is where we've moved the central recess in the massing to the center of the building. creating a little bit more equal massing on either side. Next slide. And here we have the illustrative landscape plans where you can see what was presented back in March. And now some of the items that we discussed earlier with the dog park being moved to the far left. And that gave us the opportunity to create sort of a redwood grove within the residential courtyards in the center there. And then we have our revised and improved Plaza C in the center of Rollins, which allowed us to increase the size and have it have more of a relationship to the massing break of the architecture. Here's a few images from some other Hanover projects, just to show some of the detailing that'll be included in the plazas and residential courtyards. These are all projects done by Hanover, pretty representative of what should be expected. Here's a rendering of the corner of Rollins and Broderick as presented in March prior to the changes. And here's the revised design showing the canted ACM metal band at the corner, as well as the cutout for the windows, adding a little bit more contrast and articulation, and that ACM ribbon diving further down Rollins, kind of adding more interest to the corner element, as well as the coffee kiosk just below it. Next slide. Here's the primary entry further up Rollins as presented in March. And here's the revised plan. We've added height to the corner through, again, canting the metal ribbon. What we've also done on this corner is add custom linear lighting that would accentuate the metal panels in the evening time and reflect off that material and kind of create a really special moment driving into the Burlingame area. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. So I'll quickly wrap up here with just a summary of the community benefits. This is the same tier 3 community benefits that we shared in March, with a one change being we have one additional affordable unit than presented in March. So I think Erica already covered these items, but it's on-site affordable housing, the transportation demand management, and the 3 new public plazas. Those plazas are shared here again with, as Ian mentioned already, the one change here is that Plaza C has doubled in size and has taken on more character, incorporating itself with a massing break in the building. As before, we continue to progress the design with a local artist, Tibicozo, which specializes in medium of metal and geometry and light. And so we are excited to work with them on these art pieces that will act as framing elements for the building. The sculpture on the left will be at the main residential lobby, and the sculpture on the right will be at the corner of Broderick and Rollins, next in the same plaza as the coffee kiosk. And then just real quickly, some other elements just to touch on. The project recently did agree to provide, help boost the El Portal Creek resiliency. El Portal Creek is the creek channel that basically runs along our northern property line and also forms the border between Burlingame and Millbrae. In light of recent guidance on sea level rise, we will be constructing a flood wall along our shared property line with the creek up to an elevation of 3 feet above the existing FEMA base flood elevation. And then we'll be topping that with a landscape fence. In addition, we will be adding a new access easement for the city for creek maintenance, not just for the flood wall, but for creek matters as well. And that will be on the project's final map, a dedicated easement for the city's public works department. And then Ian mentioned the coffee kiosk. This is just a kind of a close-in view. This was something that obviously, was the subject of discussion in March. And, candidly, we struggled with how how to try to activate that pedestrian corner at Broderick and Wallens, but not end up with, the challenge of empty storefronts in a developing neighborhood. And actually want to give credit to Erica, who had suggested the FICA Cafe in the Burlingame Public Library as inspiration for a coffee kiosk. And we looked at that and looked at some other, single proprietor kiosks and coffee windows, and how that would be, a suitable amenity and retail spot for this location. And so we spent some time studying the accessibility issues and how it would operate, and kind of redesign the grading of the plaza so you could queue outside of the window. So we're excited to incorporate this into the project, and think it'll be a great amenity for those future residents that'll be coming to North Rollins. Not just our project, but the new project at 30 Ingalls, where those residents may be walking by this on their way to work or on their way to BART and Caltrain. And with that, we thank you for your time. We accept the conditions of approval, and we are open for any questions.
Okay, are there any questions for the applicant? I have some, but I want to allow my colleagues to ask first. Just having trouble seeing everybody again.
Let me stop sharing my screen.
Oh yeah, okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner Say?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I was curious if any portion of the roof could be utilized as open space development that could be used for the residents.
Well, the answer is right now the project isn't designed for additional occupancies on the roof level. The project actually has I know it is technically seeking an open space requirement. I wanted to provide some context to that. The project is providing 3 large courtyards in addition to offsite, dog park, as well as substantial indoor amenities. One of the reasons for this incentive is that the project was submitted under the old Burlingame zoning code via an SB 330 application. The new Burlingame zoning code that was passed in December of 2021 allows indoor amenity space, of which we have about 9,000 square feet, to count towards a project's open space requirements. However, it did not count on this project. So we are 123 square feet out of 125, not counting the additional 9,000 square feet of 9,000 plus square feet of additional indoor amenity space. So we do feel the project is adequately amenitized and meets the spirit of the current open space standards, just not the ones under which we apply. Hence the incentive.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for explaining that. Can I just get clarification? So on the corner by Plaza, is it Plaza C that's on the corner of Broderick or is that Plaza B?
I think that's Plaza B, but yeah, understood.
That corner is so in plan, I see there's a kind of like a square that's kind of projecting, kind of articulated out on that corner. And that's an actual living unit there on the ground floor?
Correct, yes.
So, and wait, and on the front of the package that you sent us, that is the perspective that we're seeing near the coffee shop, correct?
Yes.
So, is it odd to have such a pronounced corner be a living unit where one could look into someone's private quarters?
One of the, yeah, and so one of the things you're not seeing here and I'm going to reshare my screen just so I can point with my hands, or with my cursor rather, is one of the things that this rendering that's, that is obvious on the plans, but not as obvious, it not necessarily picked up well in the renderings, is that there's the elevation of this plaza area here is about 8.5 feet, the grade is. And the building, the floor of this unit is more at 11. And then we have large planters that buffer the plaza from that grade is basically picked up with these raised planters. So there is actually grade separation between that unit and the plaza at the corner, although it's, I can see it's not well illustrated here in this specific rendering in terms of those fine grain differences, but we got comfortable with the vertical separation, if you will, between this unit and the plaza. Now you start to walk up here and then there's some ramping that gets here, so one can queue outside the coffee kiosk here next to this alcove. But there is vertical separation between this unit in plan and reference right here. It's kind of behind this raised planter and the plaza below.
Okay, so that would be a 3 feet of grade separation? 8 to 11, is that what you said?
About, yes, approximately. I think this is a little over 8, and again, it starts to slope up here, but it's approximately 2.5 to 3 feet, depending on where you're standing on this corner.
And so where your cursor is, or near there, there's some greenery, some landscape, maybe a planting bed, right? Yes, right there.
This is all plant. This is, these are raised planting beds, because you can't, that's how the planter walls will basically be picking up that grade differential.
Okay, so one can't really stand right outside and look straight into
That's
this
correct.
unit.
One cannot just stand right outside one's window.
And this is the only corner that has this condition. Over on the by the culvert, that is the public plaza and kind of lobby space or public amenity space that we see
Correct.
in there.
This is all the interior amenity and lobby and leasing space, yes.
Is there direct access to the swimming pool from the street level through this lobby space?
Well, direct but controlled access. I mean, one can go into the lobby and the club and then out, but but to get out to the pool, you can't go straight out from the lobby to here. You can go to, you can kind of, I don't know how clearly you can see it on the screen, but health code requires the pool to be fenced, and so there is pool fencing around the pool enclosure itself, separating that from the other outdoor entry areas.
So if you're a resident, you would get to the pool area through an internal elevator or
Yes.
stairs, and not necessarily straight through the lobby like a hotel. Like I'm kind of almost picturing like a hotel access to a swimming pool, straight through a lobby. That's
Correct. The leasing lobby, like where the public to lease a unit, is basically, this area here, and then there's somewhat of a pinch point, and then we have, club room for the residents, mail room, co-working space. This zone here is all that residential amenity area we're speaking to. So residents, to get to the pool, would go down. This is a double elevator here, and we'll go down to the elevator and out through the lobby, or go down one of the other elevators, here and out to the loges. So these are these are loges, basically breaks in the building, so the courtyards can flow into one another.
Mm-hmm.
So there are different paths for no matter where you live in the building to get to the ground floor and get to the pool.
And there would be like some kind of gated entrance to the pool area. That's the fenced in part you're talking about.
Correct.
Okay. And then your bike storage, I seem to recall, is somewhere over towards the left, is it?
Over here, yes.
Okay. Any thought towards locating that more conveniently for those who would be biking to the multimodal transportation stations more north of this site. So that if you are a cyclist, you don't have to travel all the way, around the road or very far to park your bike.
So from the, so we a couple things with the bike storage. We have these storage areas at every level so that people can store their bike on their level of the floor they live on. And then there is direct access, to this elevator to get down. They can also just, walk their bikes to this elevator and go out the main lobby.
Do you think I don't know if there's possibility to locate it closer to the that northeast corner of the building for convenience, just to kind of encourage people to use their bikes and such. I don't know. It's just a side comment for consideration.
I can talk within about that. I know when we studied where, we looked at different locations and ultimately, landed here for various reasons, just to, with the goal of getting, there's some, basically here, the cyclists have a direct route out and a dedicated route out. Walking the bikes through in kind of the leasing, you have new prospective residents coming in here. And so it's just, more conflicts within the building to get out via these elevators. And so while, this is the most direct route to get outside the building, and we thought that was more important than getting out of the building at the northeast corner. It was, but having to navigate, the obstacles here, basically.
Yeah, I don't know about, and obviously you wouldn't want someone to have to navigate the obstacles. Just trying to think of the practicality of someone riding a bike, having to go out on this back road and then circumvent around the whole building to get up to the BART or train station. So just wanted to question that.
If I could add to Scott's response too, that was one of the main reasons that we not having cross flow traffic of potential renters and bikers kind of going through each other. But another reason that we picked the location that we did, in addition to having access to the back EVA road and out onto Broderick, was that it was very central. So it was actually one of the shortest paths to get to from the middle of the building to that elevator down and out.
Okay, so yeah, you're imagining one would come out on this back road and along Broderick and then up along Rollins.
Yep.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, do I have, are there other questions before I go? Anybody? Okay, so I have a number of questions. So first, because you just mentioned it, your plaza, I think you're calling it C, the middle one. You said you had, I guess you said you made it larger, but I'm seeing on your original plans, it was 532 square feet, and now it's 1,000. So you added not that much, is I guess what I want to say. So I'm just wondering, am I reading this right? Is that's it? That was enlarging it. That's what you meant.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yes. I said we doubled
okay.
it, but I guess we didn't exactly double it, but close to doubling it. Yes.
Okay, but still it's kind of small. All right. And then the other thing is, what is your, in that same realm, because I've heard different numbers, what is actually the frontage on the longest front, which is from one end to the other along the block on Rollins? How many is it? 300, 400, 500? What is the length of the face that we're seeing there?
The entire property on
Yeah.
that face is 440 feet.
Okay. All right, and then it also looks like you, in the same area that you're calling, I think you're calling B, the one that Commissioner Say just referred to. And my understanding that that one was reduced by, I have in the previous plans, I've got 2,777 square feet, and in the proposal that you're showing us this evening is 2,072. So that's been reduced.
If those are the numbers from March, then yes, I didn't.
Well,
It-
I'm
it
just
doesn't
reading the
look-
staff report. That's all I'm reading.
No, understood. I can. I'm not. It doesn't. It looks like the exact same plaza square footage. So I will. Would need to jump back and look at the March
Okay.
presentation. There was no intention. There's no intent to reduce it. So, but I take your word for it. If it says 700 feet smaller, but I thought it was the same area.
Okay, and then now I'd like to ask you more specifically, because I was at that, might have been one of my first meetings. There was a lot of talk about lack of greenery. The public could actually see green space. And at that time, it looked like you had sufficient to cover the on-site landscaping, and now you've reduced that as well. So, right, because it's 15 or almost 16 rather than 20%, which is the required. I don't want to accuse you of something if it's not correct, but that's what I also have in my staff report.
That
right?
is, yes, and I can provide you, I was going to wait for Q&A, I can provide you a little context to that. I did just pull up the March 14th, 2022 presentation, and that Plaza B,
Yeah.
what I presented that night was also 2,072. So I was a little surprised about the 2,700.
Okay. So it just was that size. It didn't get reduced. It was
That's
the
correct.
reduced size. Okay.
That's correct. I just wanted to back
thank you.
check that, but it
Appreciate
looked like
that.
Plaza B was
Okay.
unchanged.
Okay, very good.
If I may, I'll share my screen again and talk a little bit about the what I'll call the permeable landscape requirement in the code.
Okay.
Okay, so these were the slides that in went through, and this is what was presented in March. And so again, there was no loop road functionality. There was, there was a turnaround here for fire trucks, and there was a turnaround here for fire trucks. And as you can see from the illustration, this green area was a turf block product called Grass Pave 2 that the Burlingame Fire Department has approved. That was placed here, and I think we talked about it a little bit in March. And it was placed here as an opportunity to create some green at the back corner, but B, to also candidly meet the 20% requirement of the permeable landscape requirement. When we acquired the railroad parcel and we were able to add this, create a loop road, much to the happiness of the fire department. We were also able to create a dedicated, true, functional green space that we've made into a dog park back here. And we actually, for a while, kept the turf block location simply for the formula. And even though it wasn't great for the fire department, it would require, kind of bollards. It was how we were going to proceed. But then we've, per staff comments, we've also met with Recology to figure out the trash operations of the project. And under the old plan, the trash is delivered here from management, and this is where the trash pickup would happen. And so going with a loop road, the trash trucks can pick up the 420 units. It'll generate, trash and recycling. And But with a loop road, these trash trucks don't have to turn around and operate their backup alarms, 2 or 3 times, on weekday mornings. And so we thought that was, a much better solution, but the trash trucks did not want to roll over the turf block. And so we had asked for some other exceptions in March, some waiver of development standards that we were able to no longer need to ask for when we acquired the larger site. So we thought that this was a positive trade-off for the project to, rather than seek a waiver for rear setback or lot coverage, which we no longer needed, we would seek a setback for the permeable landscape space and have a trash pickup operation that would not require trash trucks to back up on a weekly basis.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the explanation. Finally, and then I'll get to my colleagues who looks like a couple have questions. So there were a number of comments last time regarding this being a gateway project, that you are not using anywhere near your allowable height. And you've come back with the corner maybe raised, it looks like, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 feet. It's just pitched a little, but you still have, you've got some space left in there, some air to do something, more with more varied heights. And I'm just wondering if you can explain the logic as to not going that route where, you had more varied and more interesting varied building. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Yeah. We were really looking for a modification to the design that was in keeping with the rest of the language, rather than just kind of sticking a tower on the corner, which is sort of the prescriptive model for that sort of code language. And so we evaluated different ways to do that, and we thought this was the most cohesive with the rest of the project. To a certain extent, there's limitations imposed by the construction type that the project is targeting, as what will most likely be a type 3 structure. And we're trying to stay within those limitations as well as we conceptualize, what goes here.
And I'll just add to that from the non-architecture standpoint that we did hear comments about accentuating the corner. We also heard largely positive comments about the overall design of the project and this being an appropriate location for the housing. And so we did want to we had a design that we really liked, and we thought it was a design that I would, if I were to summarize the commentary, it was looking largely like the design, but are there areas we could improve at the corner? And we thought that the steps made, especially to it's hard to give it credence in a rendering, but basically to wash these 3 planes, as because we kept thinking about what is the impact of someone driving into Burlingame down Rollins Road from Millbrae, because this is the first parcel. And we thought that announcing it with kind of like these with the light reflecting off these panels, and again the stepping down of the panels and the larger announcement, which again the angle is more pronounced than this specific rendering, but you can see it more clearly in the elevations. We thought struck that right balance between the without disrupting the architecture, but creating more of an announcement for the building.
Okay, then I think those were my questions. I have my colleagues. Commissioner Horan, please.
I'm sorry, that was left over. Apologies.
Oh, okay, no problem. Did I leave anybody else out? Okay, do we have, now we go to the public, I think, right? So Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Or did we receive any public comment emails?
Acting Chair Pfaff, we do have one email from in the public comment box. I'll go ahead and read that now. I am not satisfied with 2 of the community benefits proposed as a density bonus for the project, although I am generally in favor of allowing greater housing density in Burlingame and permitting even higher density bonuses, as this project could illustrate. The community benefit of the public plaza, Plaza A, seems minimal. It appears more like street frontage that is advertising the leasing office rather than providing a meaningful community benefit. I also have concerns about the efficacy of the proposed TDM plan. The expectation is that the TDM measures create a 25% reduction in vehicle trips, but this seems at odds with the construction of a parking garage that exceeds the city's parking space requirements while proposing to construct the smallest amount of bicycle parking allowed. This housing development is in a location with some of the highest walking and bicycling scores in the city. I would much rather see the developer satisfy the density bonus by saving money not constructing additional parking spaces. Each space foregone would likely save at least tens of thousands of dollars per unit, millions of dollars for the overall project costs, and instead spend those millions making off-site streetscape improvements to improve public safety around the site and its proximity to a major multimodal hub. If Burlingame permitted an even higher density bonus and held developers to a commensurate higher standard, we would be able to replace at least a portion of that parking garage building envelope with apartments, generating more economic activity and with safer streets for our new residents. Thank you, Doug Bojack.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bojack, for participating and your comments. Are there any others that have come in, perhaps? No.
We do have one hand, Chair Pfaff.
Oh, I'm sorry, a hand. Help, whose hand is it? I don't, let's see.
Local 467 Plumbers and Refrigeration.
Oh, I'm so sorry then, and I.
We'll let them in. Yep.
Yes, thank you.
May take just a moment to bring them over.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Hi, my name's Scott. I'm with the San Mateo County Building Trades as well as the Plumbers Union. And my question is for Mr. Udall. We like the project. We'd also like to discuss possibly using the many members we have that work here in Burlingame. We'd like Mr. Udall to just have a conversation with us. We've left emails and voice messages, and just wondering maybe we have a bad contact. I'm hoping there's maybe a commitment tonight that you might make some time to just sit down and have a conversation with us. Is that a possibility? That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there additional comments? No. Okay, then I am going to close the public hearing. And
Chair Pfaff, it looks like one hand came up right before it closed, a Joe Starek.
Okay, Mr. Starek, please join us.
And any other members who would like to speak on this item, please do raise your hand now so we can make sure we get you before we do close the public hearing.
Okay. Sorry about that. I think I was still on mute, but can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say my name's Joe Sesteric. I'm with a company called the Conco Companies, and we have been around since 1959. We're a concrete contractor, and we've done a lot of projects throughout the Bay Area. And I just wanted to just speak out briefly on behalf of Hanover Company. We've worked for them many times, and one thing about us is that we're signatory with many of the trades, and they've always treated us very well. With our group, we have carpenters and cement masons and laborers and iron workers and operating engineers. And we found them to be a very fair company to do business with. They've treated us well. And because of the work that they've done, they've been able to give us a lot of work for our union family. So I just wanted to sit there and just make a brief comment in support of this project and in support of the Hanover Company. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. Okay. So I'm going to go through my commissioners. Are there comments?
No,
Sorry.
Chair Pfaff, it doesn't look like we have any other members of the public, so you can, if you would choose, you can close the public hearing.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to my fellow commissioners. Do any of you want to start? Yes, Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I like the direction that the project is taking. I actually do like the changes made to the corner architecture. I like the shadowing and the layering, the materials that they've chosen to do. I think it's made it a lot more interesting than it was back in March. And I think that the new parcel in the back has allowed them to achieve a little bit better result on the circle around the property. So I think it's functioning better. And I like the addition of the coffee business on the ground floor. That will help boost a little bit along Rollins. So I think overall, I think the project is going in the right direction. Thanks.
Sure. Anyone else? Yes, Commissioner Horn.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's a good looking project. I feel it's just a little bit boring, to tell you the truth. It looks like every other one that's going up. The public space, it is just a wide sidewalk from my perspective. I don't see it as a huge amenity. To call it a plaza seems a bit overstated. And then, I'm not sure architecturally and height, whether they really are taking into account the future context of that street with the Alexandria Biotech campus going up right next door. It's going to be 120, 130 feet tall. So this building is going to be dwarfed by its neighbor in the future. And then the last comment, coffee is great, but there's a soccer practice facility right across the street. So I'm sure those kids would like acai bowls or smoothies as well. So they might have some customers.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Lowenthal.
Yeah, thank you. I don't mind the aesthetic as much as my fellow Commissioner Horan. I think it's okay considering the density of the building. I like the density of the building. I'm a little off-put by the public benefit. I tend to agree with my fellow commissioner that the plazas seem a little overstated. I don't see much benefit at all there. The coffee kiosk is nice, but you're talking about hundreds, thousands of people living here, along with these other new buildings that are going up. And there is almost no retail or restaurants in that area. You got In-N-Out, you have a gas station, Mexican restaurant. There's just not a lot there. I'm concerned we're putting thousands of folks right on top of each other without really a supermarket or a retail spot, and that concerns me. I hope the developers, now that our governor has signed AB 2097, they take a look at their parking structure and rethink it. I don't think having 1.3 parking spaces per unit is applicable anymore. And given the proximity to one of the best transit hubs in the Bay Area, I think that needs to be rethought. I think that there can be a lot better done with that parking section the dog park is nice, but that's kind of scratching the surface, in my opinion. I agree with Commissioner Schmidt. It's going in the right direction, but I don't think the community benefit here is bold enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, Commissioner Camerado.
I agree with my fellow commissioners. I think that this project has come a long way. I mean, I think that they've done some nice architectural details. But I do have to say that we are missing the element of community in this area. For me, I feel as though a little coffee kiosk isn't going to do it for these folks. I think we need a laundromat. We need a grocery store. We need some place where somebody can go get some milk or a cup or some coffee or some bread for the morning or some eggs. And we're not creating that. And we have the cute little market. I'm thinking like the market on the corner of Paloma and Broadway, where they've got the smoothies and and it's a market and it's a deli and you can get anything you kind of need. And growing up, I grew up on Paloma. We would just run down to the grocery store to get some milk. And the thing is, we don't have that here. And I agree with Commissioner Lowenthal. I mean, let's look at this parking. Let's see if we can get some more community benefit in this area. And it's not just this project, but every project that's going to become before us. I mean, we really start to need to look at what it's doing to the community in those particular areas, because you're not going to be able to, you're going to end up taking your car across El Camino to go to the grocery store. So we need something over there as well. And if we're really looking at this as a master plan, I think it's really important that we get this right.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Say?
Yes, thank you. I agree with a great deal of what my fellow commissioners have just stated. I'm just going to reiterate a few that I feel most strongly about as well. I do think that the project has come along. From the very first meeting, we thought that it was in a really good position to move forward. I don't see as much improvement this time around as what is being presented. I think that the whole gateway approach with this building right at the most northernmost point of this area on Rollins really has a nice opportunity, not only with the public plaza on that north east corner, but also just as a statement with something architecturally, sculpturally, beyond, a little piece of sculpture on the ground, but something architecturally with that corner that really to show that you've arrived here in Burlingame. And I think that they could look at something more creative there, as well as on the corner at Broderick and Rollins. I don't agree with that corner being established as a larger living unit on that corner. It really makes more sense to me that it could be like the corner market that Commissioner Camerado was stating, some other type of support retail space that goes with the coffee kiosk, whether it's a bakery or a market, something to go with hand in hand with that coffee kiosk. I think there's plenty of opportunity there for those two corners that could be further developed to improve that public community space that the developers attempting to develop here. And I also agree that, with all the extra parking, I think there's some 50 some odd spaces that's beyond the required number of parking spaces that have been created, that, I would love to see more living units, widen the development, have some more units, or at least a bigger bike storage room that is located in a more accessible location. I don't agree that if a cyclist will want to go so far to almost the farthermost point of the property to park one's bike after a day's work or workout. And so I think some more thought there in terms of how one would use the bike storage spaces and access to that to be closer to the multimodal transportation node. So, but some nice things developing for sure. I'm not sold that were there yet, and would love a little bit more push on the creative side. Thank you.
If I may just jump in, Vice Chair Pfaff, I do want to remind the commission, this is an action item, not a study item. So there does need to be a decision this evening. I know some of the comments are suggesting further changes, but this project is up for action.
And just to add on that, there is the Housing Accountability Act, and I can push back to Director Gardner and he can talk about the conformance of the general plan and some things there. But as he mentioned earlier, this is up for action tonight, and just want to make sure we're considering that.
Commissioner Horan, I saw your hand again, or is that a remnant?
No, Commissioner Lowenthal just reminded me, with almost 1,000 people in this building who might want to go over to In-N-Out or to some of the other restaurants there. I didn't notice any provisions for pedestrian crossing at Rollins. And I know that road can be a bit tricky, people running across between blocks. So just raise that as a concern.
Thank you. So I'm going to comment as last. I agree with everything that has been said. I personally, as far as an action item, I don't think this one's right. For all the additional space they got to get one more lower than what is the typical income. I don't know the term. I understand what they're doing. They got 35 instead of 34 for the chunk of land they got, and the dog park. I don't think this has been thought out completely. I think it's rather boring. It looks better than it did before, but as far as design review, I don't think it doesn't pass muster with me personally. I think it can be a lot better. And I would have liked to have seen an exploration of some height variability in the same style, if that's what if that's what is preferred. I still think that could have worked, could have gotten the units out of it and had the green space back. I think the green, we are, as my fellow commissioners have noted, we're creating a community out there. And this is probably the most important parcel, in at least that I can foresee. And it's just not there. And it's just barely satisfying or not the requirements, or in some cases not. And I think I would have rather have seen that the back not on there, and a bit higher in some other areas where the building could be accommodated, the units, but give the community back something, whether it be retail or a lot of comments about retail, and just something of a community. It's almost like a little city unto itself. And I don't see a lot of interaction happening in any way. So I don't really know how to handle this one, but for me personally, I would not be able to approve it as we are seeing this evening. So please help me give direction here, what to do.
Well, Chair Pfaff, we can see if there's any other comments, if anyone would like to entertain a motion, and there is the option to continue as well. But the motions are available if there's no other comments by the commissioners.
Scott, can you tell us what our options are, please?
You do have the options. I mean, this is a housing accountability project. I would recommend, if the commission would like to approve, of course, approval is on the table tonight. You would just approve it in congruence with the staff report. If not, my recommendation would be that you consider pushing it to another council meet or to another commission meeting for continuance.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to continue this proposal.
I can second that. Are there any, what do you, any other comments, any other additions or? Okay, so did I do this right? You need to help me if I'm not handling this correctly. So do we have a discussion on the motion? Oh, wait, John. Commissioner
Sorry, Chair Pfaff,
Yeah.
if you would like to, it may be worth considering because this is a project with housing and there are strict laws that govern this. If you'd like to, we should probably ask the applicant whether or not they would like to have it continued or whether they'd rather have action on the item tonight.
Okay, then I will ask the applicant, what would you like to see happen this evening?
You would reopen the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would
Yes,
like
then
to.
we'd also have to see if anyone else would like to talk after.
Okay, I would like to reopen the public hearing. I do see Commissioner Schmidt there as well. So I'm going to reopen the public hearing and should I?
I'm here. I'm the applicant. But before I respond, Commissioner Schmidt had his hand up, and so I.
Okay, Commissioner Schmidt.
I think we need to be a little conscious here of the purpose. The purpose is building housing, which is what they're focused on, and they're focused on delivering the affordable units. What makes the affordable units happen is having enough density of regular priced units and making that work. So I think we need to be careful on how much we push on amenities and things, in which there's a whole Rollins Road that people should be developing towards having those grocery stores and restaurants and things. And there are other businesses on Rollins, maybe a little different than, let's say, our conversation out on Airport Boulevard or Bayshore, where some of our new office buildings are a lot more isolated. I think it's going to take time, but I think that this area will eventually develop because people will see that there's housing there and there is a need to fill. But I think it's kind of difficult to say that we need to push the businesses onto the housing developers when their focus is housing, and especially when you look at our retail streets, we've got a lot of empty retail. So, it's hard from an economic development standpoint to say that we need to be sticking on that and force them to develop the whole neighborhood. So I think this is a pretty good, solid project that is delivering a lot of housing opportunity. And I think that the comments about parking, they're good ones. And I was hoping to see a little bit more on our TDM surveys on how successful these TDM plans have been in reducing the need for cars. But just because you're close to the multimodal station doesn't mean you don't want a car. So I haven't really seen data that says just because you're near the Bill Ray BART station means you don't need to provide any parking. Those are my concerns about some of the comments I've seen in us actually shutting down this project. So I think we should be careful about what we're asking for.
I don't know that anyone here is wanting to shut the project down. I think some comments were made, and I don't know that they went far enough with them. And I don't know, I don't think they would have lost units personally, but Commissioner Say.
Yeah, I wanted to say the same thing. I don't think there's any push here to try to reject the project whatsoever. It's a wonderful project that's being proposed. Like we said, the first time around, we were quite impressed with what we saw. And I think that at least I myself, speak only for myself, that I wanted to see some of the comments that we had brought up last time be pushed further for a project to be approved tonight. And I didn't know, since Scott, since you're here, I don't know if you can answer the question that if you could reduce the amount of the parking. You have a parking overage, which is wonderful for those who have cars and want to park. But are you able to provide more housing with less parking, like another run of
Thank you for
units?
asking. I assume that was the Scott you were asking that question
Yes,
for, right? Yeah,
Mr.
okay. Thanks for
Yodel.
asking the question. This is being built at the maximum density of 70 units an acre with a 20% density bonus. So reducing, because I heard a lot of comments about a trade-off between parking and units, and I wanted to inform the commission that I don't think that's a trade-off that exists. I will tell you that as we've advanced the garage design, we have looked at dropping parking spaces. And that is something that I would like there to be a vote tonight, candidly. But like if there was a condition that we would study, I've actually talked about a slight parking reduction with Erica to make sure that would be okay if we decided to remove spaces from the garage, and as long as it was above the Burlingame code requirement. Hearing your sentiments tonight, it sounds like there would be no objection if ultimately what's submitted for permit is below the amount. I will tell you that as we have had those conversations with lenders and equity partners, and ultimately those are the sources of capital that help build these projects. And there is some still the path to no parking projects is going to not be it'll be faster than some people want and not as rapid as others want. And unfortunately in the financing world, when I float lower parking ratios in this location, despite the proximity to the Caltrain, there's a little bit of hesitance, especially because of more work from home and COVID. There's some questions about long-term transit ridership. We believe that will happen, and I'm glad that we have the what is largely an electrified garage. And to the extent we can reduce spaces, we are going to, because frankly, we don't want to spend money on concrete, garage spaces that no one's ever going to use. But I do want to make it clear that if we do make that decision, I couldn't have put more units there. If we made the building taller, I couldn't have put more units there. So we basically tried to respond to the design aesthetic comments as basically that we heard were important. And we thought we were coming forward tonight with what I felt was a comprehensive response to those comments. I don't recall much commentary on the community benefits that were proposed in March. So accordingly, we didn't really make any change to those. They were prescriptive under the code. We did agree to additional benefits that in conversation with staff sounded like they could be community benefits, the flood wall, the access easement. And I do think there's language in the code that allows, a custom benefit to be created, but candidly, we didn't go through the exercise of qualifying those as official community benefits, just because it just didn't seem, needed at the time. But we are in a period of time where, we would like to, get the project approved, or at least heard and voted on, and try to move the project forward. Many of these projects are, a race against time to get into the ground while and get started while the economy and the financial markets are in a position to support new construction. So, time is always the biggest enemy. So it is our desire to see the project heard. I hear the concerns, and I will tell you that we are a receptive ear as it comes to reducing parking. We'll be a receptive ear to potentially studying, I think within the guts of the building, if the bike room moves, that's not going to be something that changes the aesthetics of the overall building. We will work with staff to study those matters and improve the building. But we'd like to see the project decided on the merits this evening.
Thank you for the reply.
Thank you. Thank you for the time.
So one thing that has come up as well from last time, I do recall, and as well from the member of the public who spoke about the what is being called a plaza. I'm not convinced of any of the three, frankly. They're just, for the size of the project, I find them rather unremarkable. And the one that you are focusing on, that is the gateway. What are you willing? Are you done with that one? What are you willing to do with that? These are the things for this reason, I would support continuance personally, and seconding the motion from Commissioner Camerado, because this is dog trading or whatever, cattle trading. It seems like this should be discussed later, in my opinion.
Well, and I'm not looking at cattle trade on the plaza size. The plaza sizes were very prescriptive in the code and define what constitutes a public plaza. We are not counting any of the public right-of-way or counting the land that we will be dedicating to the public right-of-way as part of this project. So there's the sidewalk as you see it today. There's a land the project is dedicating to the right-of-way in support of the new, Rollins, the Rollins Road 84-foot right-of-way. And then beyond that is the, the 3,800 square feet. That's I think, 50% to double the requirement of what a plaza needs to be. And there are three of them. So I don't agree with the notion that these are glorified sidewalks. These are public plazas that basically represent areas that the building is carved back to allow, and the building is still achieving its maximum density under the code. So I also don't want to cattle trade, Chair Pfaff. I respect that comment. I am informing the commission that I'd like to see the project voted on and approved tonight, but I'm also letting, to those who are concerned about over parking, I share those concerns, and to the extent I can reduce the parking in the garage, and it's the kind of garage that you can reduce parking later on. It's not like I'm cutting off a part of the basement, and it's structurally it is possible to optimize the parking amount. I am getting approved an amount of parking that I believe I can get financed with lenders and overcome any hesitations about operational issues in the long term.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other comments, I guess, because we're still
we reopened the public hearing, so we want to make sure there's no other member of the public. And then if no one else wants to speak, you can close the public hearing and return to comments.
Do any other of my commissioners want to add anything, or is there anyone from the public out there who would like to say something? Okay, I'm seeing none. So there was a motion on the table.
Chair Pfaff, just to make sure, we'd want to close the public hearing.
Oh, okay, here we go. Closing the public hearing. Thank you, developer, for being candid. I appreciate that.
And Vice Chair Pfaff, let me just jump in. I know it's been a while since we have discussed the Housing Accountability Act, so let me just give a little reminder. The Housing Accountability Act is Government Code Section 65589.5. This establishes limitations to a local government's ability to deny, reduce the density of, or make infeasible housing development projects that are consistent with objective local development standards and contribute to meeting housing need. So the operative statement there is objective local development standards. As much as we do design review, when it comes down to the decision, it is, does the project meet the objective standards? I do appreciate Commissioner Schmidt's comments. There is a larger planning effort for this area. The North Rollins specific plan will be coming to the Planning Commission and the City Council in the next couple of months. And that really is where the more neighborhood planning type issues can be discussed more fully. It's a little harder for one single project to try to carry the burden of an entire neighborhood being developed. But the important thing is to be cognizant of the Housing Accountability Act in any kind of decision that might happen.
Okay. So there was a motion on the table. Are you saying we need to take the motion away, or I'm completely confused. What is how does this now go on? Commissioner Camerado made a motion. I seconded it. So what is there a discussion? What happens now?
So at this point, there would be a discussion on the motion.
Okay.
You can discuss it and determine whether you want to continue.
Okay, and Commissioner Schmidt made his comments about it. Does anyone else want to add comments? Commissioner Horan?
Yeah, I mean, I think the comments from both the commissioners and planning has helped me understand the Housing Act and the fact that this has already been through design review. So, I would be supportive of a motion that would include some guidance for the developer, but a motion to vote on this tonight.
Okay, any other comments? Commissioner Lowenthal?
Yeah, I tend to agree with my fellow Commissioner Horan. Understanding obviously the backbone of why we're here is incredibly important. I do think, though, Commissioner Horan brought up a great point. I mean, regardless of the actual building, and I respect Director Gardner's comment, we can't hold one project accountable for a neighborhood, but in effect, this building is creating a neighborhood. And at least we got to look at the public safety of getting across the street and Rollins and all that stuff. So I guess I would echo what Commissioner Horan said. I think we could make a motion of approval with some conditions of some other things. I guess that would be my comment. Thank
you. Commissioner Camerado, is your hand a remnant or are you okay? Oh no.
So I think what I'd like to say is I'll take my motion off the table for now, and then I agree with Commissioner Horan, but I think what we need to do is look at this project and have some items that we would like the developer to come back with. I mean, as Commissioner Lowenthal said, this is the beginning of this neighborhood and we need to really get it right. And if it's just a little small area of retail space, a little bit more, we need to make the developers all understand that it's not just one person, it's all of them that's going to help create this environment. And as much as I agree with Commissioner Schmidt saying that, the whole area is going to look at different places and different owners are possibly going to do grocery stores, that's not the case. We've got a lot of old time people that have lived here who've owned these properties for a really long time. And some will sell, some will not sell, some will develop, some won't develop, right? So we can't depend on that. What we have to depend on is what we have in front of us. And ask these developers to step up to the plate, because this is the time that we have and we got to get it right.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Say first, and then I'll come back to Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah, I appreciate all these points that are being made. Very helpful in forming an opinion and a decision. I wanted to just ask the question or clarification on how the developer would, if we were to approve this project as presented tonight, how would the parking changes, if any, be presented or brought back for probably not for review to us? Would it be as an FYI, or how is that reviewed further?
Commissioner Say, we did close the public hearing. The chair can, of course, reopen it, but we might also be able to direct this question to staff if they have any idea.
Yeah, it was a question for staff. Sorry.
Sorry.
I wasn't trying to ask a developer.
Okay.
I was wondering, what is their process for? Because he mentioned, they're going to look at the parking again, possibly. So what does that mean?
It largely depends on what is being proposed, but in general, something where there's a reduction of parking, but they still meet the required minimum parking, which they would. And this parking structure is at the very rear of the site. It's not visible from any public right of ways. That would probably not even come back as an FYI, but we'd have to see what the proposed change look like.
I see. Okay, thank you.
If the changed parking also included, replacement of something else, any other changes, retail, a crosswalk at the corner, that would then increase the likelihood that they would come back to the commission as an FYI or an amendment.
Okay. Okay, I know you've waited a long time, Commissioner Schmidt.
No, I'm fine. No, I like the idea of potentially reducing parking spaces, down to an appropriate level. And if that could in turn help, create space for some of the things that we are looking for, if that could allow them to push more units further back in the site and be able to open up some of the ground floor space up in front, I think that would be a great trade. Just hard for us to get that done tonight. And I think that they would need to, as they deal with how they reduce their parking, then I think hopefully that will have an opportunity to come back to us for some guidance on how we can help with that space. But I would like to see the project go forward, and if we can offer our conditions, then I think that's a good way to go. Oh, and by the way, there's crosswalk down the street, closer to, on the Millbrae side, closer to all of those things that you're talking about. So it's not like there's no way across. It's just there's that light further up the block.
Okay, and Commissioner Horan.
Could I give it a shot just to keep things moving?
Yeah.
All right.
Commissioner Horan, before you go forward, and I really apologize for speaking
No
too
worries.
much tonight. No one likes it when the lawyer talks. We do need to caution ourselves against adding in additional conditions as we're looking at the project, just because of the strict scrutiny that the Housing Accountability Act does have. We can certainly encourage, but adding restrictions to this could have ramifications. So before you gave your attempt, which I'm sure will be great, I just want to put that up. Thank you.
Yeah, they weren't so much as conditions as kind of FYI. So I'll make a motion to approve this project with the idea that the developer reports back on opportunities for reduced parking, expanded retail, bike rack location, community benefit enhancements, and pedestrian safety crossing Rollins Road. So it's really just coming back to us with what they've heard and what their ideas are.
So I'm looking for a second.
I can second that.
Okay. Does that sound in order to, is that properly done here, the motion?
You
Mr.
can discuss
Smith?
it now, right?
Oh, yes, that's right. Can discuss it. And your motion contained the looking at the retail, some more interesting retail and such. Yes, it was in there. Sorry, short memory.
And I apologize again. Just to be clear, though, the conditions can't be reliant upon that. If they do come back with that information, the approval is still an approval. So the project would continue as written. But of course, the encouragement can still be there. So I did want to clarify.
So the project would continue, meaning they have permission to do it as is.
They have approval for the project as it's been presented tonight.
All right, very good. Okay, so are there any more comments before we go to the vote? Okay, then let's go for it.
So if I could, before we take the roll call vote, I'd like to clarify that the applicant will be reporting back as an FYI item of any of these other items they've considered. They have the approval, but they will be required to report back as an FYI item.
Oh.
Is that accurate?
And it might be worth this. Sorry, it may be worth discussing that because as I've said, and again, no one likes when the lawyer talks. This is something that we can't condition. So we can ask the applicant to come back. They can explain what they've chosen to do. However, the project tonight would be the project that is approved. And if no changes were made, if they communicated to staff that they were not changing anything, an approval tonight would be an approval of that project.
Yeah, that was the intent of the motion.
Very good. Then our roll call vote. Commissioner Camerado,
Aye.
Commissioner Haran,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
and Commissioner Acting Chair Pfaff.
No. Okay, thank you very much. So that is, let me do this right. I have a 5, 1, 0,
0,
1,
1.
0, 1.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. And thank you to the applicant. And so wait a minute. So
It is appealable. So
it is appealable. So I'm going to go to the bottom here. Let's see. Action by the Planning Commission. Oh, then I say congratulations. Action by the Planning Commission is appealable to the City Council within 10 days of the Planning Commission's action. If the Planning Commission's action has not been appealed or called up for review by the City Council by 5 p.m. on the 10th day, the action becomes final. In order to be effective, appeals must be in writing and must be accompanied by an appeal fee of $745, which includes noticing costs. Thank you. Okay. Moving along to agenda item number 9, and their design review items. And I'll go through agenda item number 9A, 740 Paloma Avenue. And I don't want to forget that Commissioner Camerado will not be acting on this item this evening. She has to recuse. If you are the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at this time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? And Commissioner, as I mentioned, Commissioner Camerado is recusing from this item. Let the record show that all commissioners present have visited the site. Can we please hear the staff report?
Yes, the applicant is proposing to demolish all structures on the site and to build a new 2-story single unit dwelling and a detached 1-car garage. The new dwelling would contain 4 bedrooms. The proposed detached garage provides the single required covered parking space for the 4-bedroom house, and the additional uncovered parking space that's required is provided in the driveway. The applicant is also requesting a minor use permit for a 9-foot 8-inch plate height for the detached garage, where 9 feet above grade is the maximum plate height allowed. A tree removal permit was approved by the city arborist for the removal of 6 trees on the site, and 6 new 24-inch box size landscape trees are proposed to replace the removal of the existing trees. The certified arborist report was prepared and is dated March 24th, 2022, and was included with the attachments for the staff report. In summary, the applicant is requesting applications for design review and for a minor use permit for a detached garage plate height. I can take any questions of staff if you have them.
Are there questions of staff? No? Okay. All right, then I'm going to open the public hearing, and if the applicant could please come forward and state your name and anything else you would like to add about your project.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. I'm Anna Salver. I'm with Thomas James Homes. And I do have a presentation tonight, a short one, for the project 740 Paloma Avenue. And if I can share my screen, give me one moment. see. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Wonderful. 740 Paloma Avenue is right across the street from the school, as you can see in this image, along Paloma Avenue and south of Palm Drive. It's in the yellow here. It's a 7,447 square foot lot. It does have a single story on the lot, that's 1,385 square feet, and a detached garage that's over 300 square feet in the right rear yard. And we're proposing to demolish these two structures and propose a new 2-story residence with 4 bedrooms, 3 baths. You can see in the area there are 2-story homes that are being developed, and they predominantly have an arrangement of the home in front and a detached garage in back. So we're proposing with our new home, I'll show you in just a moment, that we're using a similar pattern to go along and align with this street and the arrangement that's already found in the neighborhood. So in this slide, the left image is our topo survey, and on the right is our proposed home. On the left, you can see the red outline showing the existing home and the detached garage. And then on the right, you can see that we're proposing a similar pattern with the home up front, the detached garage and back. It's similar in width to the existing home. We're starting a little bit more forward to align with the house to the right. And our house does end in the back where the existing garage for our left adjacent property starts. Our rear yard space will be between the neighbor's existing garage, our proposed garage, and the home. You can see the light gray is our first story, and then the darker gray is our second story being proposed. We have the driveway access on the right side. This provides relief between these two buildings. We're setting back our second story 12 to 17 feet from the first floor. That's to reduce massing and then also provide this first story, prominent first story element as seen from the street. We're setting back from the left as well along this edge to provide a little bit more relief. They do have driveway access here, but we want to make sure we're stepping back that second story. Taking a moment, but as mentioned, the trees on site, there are 18 trees, 15 trees are proposed to be removed. Of these trees, 6 are protected, 4 are being removed due to health issues, and 2 are being removed due to development. We are proposing to add 7 24-inch box trees. There's 3 on the right-hand side along this driveway aisle, and then we have 3 more in the rear, and then 1 in the front. Another thing to note about the site is it is sloping quite significantly in 2 directions. We have from front or from rear to front, it drops about 6 to 7 feet. And then from right to left, it drops 1 to 2 feet. So just to note this, I'll get to the elevation to show you more clearly, but we're about from curb to where the houses start, it's about 6 foot 6 inches of difference from, again, back to front. This is a slide of the streetscape. Above, you can see the existing building with its right and left adjacent neighbors, and then what our proposed building would look like with these style of homes. They're craftsman style, Spanish style, a mix of single and 2-story homes, mix of materials. There's stucco, there's stone and brick veneer, and I'll show you some more homes across the street as well as behind. Horizontal siding is being used. Gables with corbel and knee braces are being used in the neighborhood. There's some bay window treatment. You can see a lot of gables are being used to frame the front and the second floor. Sometimes there's a shed roof over a porch. These are elements that we looked at when we were designing our home. So we're proposing for the 2-story home horizontal siding at the first and second floors, and a stone veneer, which you can't see too entirely behind. There's some planting in front, but stone veneer along this living space. It's a wainscot, and then stone veneer below the column that's at the front. We do want to make sure we have a prominent single-story feature from the street. So this shed roof is pretty is forward and comes back to reduce the second floor massing. We're framing the second story with double gables. There's some shingle material in the gable treatment, and you can see the corbels and knee braces that we're applying to the home that's also found in the neighborhood. Rafter tails at the eaves and some profiles, as you can see on the edging here. Little 2D of that craftsman style home. I wanted to zoom in here and show you there's a declining height envelope. And so I wanted to make sure to show that we're well below that height envelope. We're sitting at 23 foot 1.5 inches from finished floor, but of course our overall height needs to include that 6'6" from the street curb. So that's why the overall height is 29 foot 8 inches, still below the max of 30 feet, but wanted to give you that explanation there. This is the streetscape at the left and right adjacent neighbors, and this is roughly a concept of the height of those homes. You can see our eaves here at the first story are below the parapet that's on the left-hand side. So trying to keep in alignment with what's going on next door. And then over to the right, of course, the ridge height is what's being shown up here, and showing that our ridge, even though we're 2 stories and it's a single story next door, that we're relatively close in height and not overshadowing this home. Colors and materials, we're using a gray body material and then a light gray for the trim. For corner boards, the window trim profile, fascia boards, the corbels and knee braces. Black framed windows are being used as well. There'll be fiberglass windows and fiberglass front door. A dark accent door color will be used to emphasize that front entry. And of course, will be used in the back on, this is the garage door style we'll be using. There are grids being proposed to, again, stay in line with the craftsman aesthetic that's being shown here. And of course, the grids are being used in the neighborhood elsewhere. Wanted to throw some details for you of our window head and windowsill, showing that those trim pieces being proud of the siding. And then our eave detail showing the rafter tails that would be exposed. And then our corner treatment, these corner trim details being proud of the siding. A little bit about our elevations, the front and rear. We wanted to make sure that we had articulation along these edges. So showing some color blocking. Again, the first story and that front porch being more proud than the home. And then of course, using double gables to step us back and create some layering at the front elevation. We're also using double gables at the back and changing roof forms to allow us to provide interest. And then along the edges, the left elevation and right elevation, again, making sure that we're stepping back in several locations to break up the massing and to provide some interest. And again, here on the right, stepping back, doing different roof forms, adding a gable on the side, and then also wrapping this roof form around from the back rear porch to provide some more interest here. This is the detached garage. We are proposing to apply for a minor use permit, as we are a 9-foot plate height from finished, but of course, over 9 feet to grade. So it'd be 9'8" to grade. We did have some feedback during this process that I wanted to highlight at the end of this presentation. We originally had higher plate height, 9'7" and 9'1" on the second floor. And we wanted to make sure we lowered those to reduce the second floor massing. You can see the difference here, and then reduce our eave heights in relation to adjacent neighbors. So we're proposing 9 foot on the first floor, 8 foot on the second floor. There were also plan changes. There's the detached garage here. This is the back of the floor plan, the left elevation here. We had our rear porch and access from the garage on opposite sides. We flipped the programming at this first floor to allow for easier access from the garage. It did move around our elevation a bit, centralized our great room on this rear outdoor space, and I'll show you the elevation next. So it allowed us to provide, this was the previous elevation, this is the new rear elevation, some articulation back here, and allowing this back door to be closer to the garage. We did some neighbor outreach for this project, sent neighbor notices out, 300-foot radius. We even held a neighbor meeting for this project on August 30th, and had some neighbors show up, ask some questions. So we were able to provide clarification for those who attended, and we'll continue to coordinate as we go through this design process and get to the construction phase of this home. Thank you for your time tonight, and our team is here and present to respond to any feedback you may have, and we'd like to be able to provide any clarifications and thoughts if needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Felver. Did I say that right? Okay, thank you for the explanation, detailed explanation. I have just a couple questions, but I want to ask my colleagues if they do first. Do any of you have questions? Yes, Commissioner Schmidt first.
Yeah, you said you had an outreach meeting and you had some neighbors. Do you know that you were able to directly speak to the neighbors on either side? I'm a little concerned about the window sizes and window views going side to side, and don't want the neighbors to be blindsided.
Yes, we spoke to the neighbor left adjacent, and they were not really concerned about windows. I'm trying to get to our side elevation as well. And they were more concerned about the process and just had clarification items. We also, I can reshare my screen, but the left elevation has the only sills that are lower are the stairs at the stair area, which is still higher than the landing. So the windows along that edge are actually higher than having I believe they're 2030s there. So they'll be higher than usual to provide that privacy, especially since the house is more towards the left edge than the right edge.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Horan.
Thank you. Yeah, just for my own education. So I see that Thomas James Homes has 3 projects on the agenda tonight, and they're all kind of similar. So just interested in what the business model is, and maybe a more specific question. It's a fairly large house because the lot is slightly larger, yet it only has 3.5 baths. So it's just an interesting, just a question about the economics. Most houses we see have en suites.
We do have 3 projects tonight. This is our first 3 in Burlingame. We do build throughout the peninsula, and we usually choose plans that we have a variety of plans that we use, and we modify for sites. It just so happens that these neighborhoods did have this type of front house with detached garage arrangement. So that's why we have 3 that are very similar as we looked into the neighborhoods. And for floor plans, we do have the bedrooms upstairs, but we do have a bedroom down and a bath down. So we wanted to make sure that we at least had that programming in there, because we do see that in-laws like to stay with families, or they have nannies or something. So there's a bedroom down and a bath down for that purpose, as well as a den. And then upstairs are the secondary bedrooms and primary.
And then just curious about the decision for a 1-car garage versus a 2-car garage. I know that one is all that's required, but usually people have a lot of stuff that needs a place to be stored.
Yeah, so the 1-car garage is based from our acquisition analysis, and it's also based on the lot width. Having a 2-car garage would make it come more forward instead of detached in the back. Otherwise, there would be some maneuvering that would need to happen, and that would eat into the rear yard space, which is also a great amenity for our homeowners and what they like to see when they buy a home. There's also a long driveway, and I know that would be considered one off-street parking, but you could potentially park more than 1 car along that driveway because it is further back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Say.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if you might have said the reason for the 9'8" plate height at the garage that I see. I think it's a request that you're going for every project tonight. What is the reasoning for that?
We typically like to have a 9-foot plate from our curb with detached garages. And this is to give enough height in the garage for cars. And the code is written that it needs to be 9 foot to grade. And with that curb, the curb is usually 8 inches. And then you build off the curb 9 feet high. So it's just a construction reason that we would like to apply for that minor use. And that's just for practicality in the garage, getting enough headroom in there.
Okay, I see. So it's a plate height from grade, not from slab.
Correct.
That okay. And then any thought to when I look at the front elevation, especially the one where you had shown us the original design with the taller plate heights and in relationship to now the standard 9 foot, 8 foot plate heights on the first and second floors. That first elevation, the one that you ended up changing from, provides a little bit more space around the upper floor windows, and it actually looks more proportionate than what is being proposed here. And I was just wondering, and I can see why it's happened, is because that second story is set back so far from the first floor. But then at the same time, at the back of the house, you also have an overhang that where the massing of the second floor projects beyond the back of the first floor. Was there any thought to shifting that massing so you could bring this upstairs forward more and daylight some bigger windows at the front and then not have this overhang on the back?
So the overhang in the back is you are correct. It overhangs over the first floor, but it's still above the porch. So it's not overhanging over the porch, but over the actual living space on the first floor. But this is a plan that's driven by the stair location. And so the items and programming that's in front of the stair is that entryway, that porch, the den space, and the living above that you're seeing is the stairway. So the living is actually pushed back even further from that stairway, and we'd have to move the whole stair and project more forward, which would limit our entryway and our porch. And we're trying to get enough porch area that would be an inviting landing for that front facade.
Thank you.
And to give more direction on, there's also calculations with that overall height as well. And previously the 6 feet wasn't fully counted in there. And so that having the 6 feet 6 inches from curb cut and understanding that code better and how that's calculated, adding more plate height would put us over the 30-foot max. So we have to be really careful with that constraint as well.
Okay. Anyone else before I start? Anybody? Okay. Just some clarification, and maybe I should have asked staff and I forgot, but maybe you can tell me. So you are using fiberglass windows and doors, which I'm going to assume are fine in Burlingame. I don't know. I never heard of a front door that was fiberglass, but since they didn't tell you that it's not okay, I guess it's okay. Is that right? Help me here. Anyway, I also had a concern about the windows, which seem very elongated and almost like pushed up so far into the, maybe it's an optical illusion, I don't know, but into the, under the eaves. Was there a reason to push them? They're very long. I'm just looking at the first set, but they all go up against the, I don't know what that's called, the plate there. They're pushed there. And so is there a reason? I've never seen that before.
Are you asking in regards to a certain elevation?
I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. I happen to be looking at A3.1. It's the right side, but the left side is the right and left side are the same, where the moldings and everything are kind of pushed up into they're very high. And I don't know that that's real typical for if you're trying to do sort of a quasi period home.
I see what you're asking. So with the 9-foot plate height, it would have looked different. It would have had some space and some breathing room with the trim, but when you're doing an 8-foot plate height, you still want your windows high enough. So they're 7.6 to allow for a header in between the window and the plate, or the window and the plate height. But we don't want to drop them any lower for code with egress. So these windows are placed, they look just closer. They have a closer relationship than if they were to have a 9-foot plate and an 8-foot header height for windows. So this is a 6-inch difference rather than a foot. That's why they look closer.
So was there any thought given to just making them shorter, smaller?
We could push them down to 7, but what happens with egress windows is now you're too close to the floor. So there needs to be a certain height between your floor and the sill of your egress windows. And we like the windows all to be relative to each other and have the same similar header height. That's why they are positioned the way they are.
Okay, well, I'll take your word for it because I don't construct, but I would just make the window shorter. But anyway, and then I wanted to ask about the front door looked a little strange to me, and the door itself looks so narrow in your drawing on the front. The rendering is just a rendering. I realized that, but I didn't know what how you're on your cover sheet even. You have the main door, and then you've got the lights on the side. The door looks so narrow. Is that just a misdrawn something, or is it really a narrow door? It's a
3.0 door. It's a 3.0, 8.0 door, and it has those, I think they're 1-foot side lights to them on either side, and that's to allow a little bit more light in and make it feel grander than just having a 3.0 door by itself.
It looks really narrow to me with this kind of, was there any thought maybe to making the door itself a little wider and making the just having one side light, which I think you've done on another house you're proposing this evening? You know what I mean? Kind of being a little more generous. So just a suggestion. I noticed on another of your homes and I thought it looked better, but this looks very kind of, the main door looks sort of, the main part looks sort of smashed into me. And then finally, regarding the corner, and he always brings this up and he's not here, so I'm going to pretend I'm Commissioner Chair Gall. The corner pieces that you have on the building, you have corner pieces, and is this hardy board, or what is it wood, or what are you using? Oops, we lost you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, my headphones died, of course.
Okay, sorry.
We usually spec hardy siding, so we usually have the hardy trim, corner board trim to match that same specification.
Got it. And so you're wrapping them, but your rendering is showing. I don't know that we tell people what house colors to paint, but it's just a comment, just a sort of a little tract home look when they're offset with a white or whatever, that they're kind of like treated as a molding. They're not really a molding, but that was just a comment. So thank you very much. Are there, wait, I have to open it up here. If there aren't any more comments from our group, I would like to open the public hearing on this item. Are there any comments from the public or emails?
No emails.
Okay, great. So I'm going to close the public hearing. And do we have any comments from fellow commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah, overall, it's got a pretty good mass to it and good scale to it. I think the windows are a little big, and I think that when they eventually talk to both sides, they're gonna find that they're a little big. But overall, I think the scale works pretty well. I think on the driveway side, that one elevation, it's a big 2-story elevation without a lot of help on it. It could use a little bit of design help, breaking up that mass there. And whether that's a belly band or some other kind of trim piece that would help break up that siding, I think that that would be a good solution. I'm not really hearing a convincing reason why we would be doing a variance on the garage for the plate height. I know my own lot sloped from front to back quite a bit, and we did it within the heights, and really we don't get garage plate height variance requests. So I don't think that our rule is all that stringent. So I'm not sure I see a compelling reason to grant that variance. But overall, a pretty good set of drawings, and overall, the design works pretty well for me. And I appreciate, quite a bit of effort being put into the landscape and trying to make the whole property sing. And that particular piece of property could use quite a bit. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Say.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I too have a little bit of concern of some of the window sizes. And like Commissioner Schmidt as well, I'm concerned about that side elevation. Overall, I wish I could see a little bit more articulation on the rear and the side elevations. I think the front looks okay, other than the upstairs windows being a bit squashed because of pushing that second floor being pushed back so far. I realize they're working kind of with stock floor plans. I think there are other opportunities to change the stairwell so that that front could be improved, but it's not a deal breaker. I just think that it could be improved. I don't really like how the side elevations look with that overhang at the back, unless that's intentionally to provide a covered patio space, but it feels heavy from the back, flat and tall and kind of heavy over those back patio doors. And I too don't see a very good explanation or reason to have the minor use permit apply to this garage increased plate height. If they wanted some additional height inside the garage, they can certainly frame it so that they could have a volume ceiling in that garage, and that would give them some additional height. So I can't really see supporting or seeing any justification for that minor use permit.
Okay, anybody else would like to? Oh, yes, Commissioner Horn.
I think both Commissioner Schmidt and Commissioner Say nailed it. I think I have very similar comments. But, when we see the other two projects, I guess my concern is that, these are cookie cutter. These are just standard floor plans that they're making slight differences to. And I just worry about that in Burlingame. If they're successful and have another 20 of these going up, then suddenly we look like a Toll Brothers community and not Burlingame, where it's, really custom homes fit, designed for homeowners. So that's just the feeling I got looking at all three of those, one right after the other.
Thank you. And Commissioner Lowenthal?
Yeah, I totally agree with my fellow commissioners and what Commissioner Horan just said. I am familiar with TJ Homes. They're a national home builder, not just on the peninsula. This is their business model. So I am a little bit nervous about approving the 3 projects tonight as is without setting a precedent, because they have several other homes in Burlingame that they're going to be bringing to the table. I don't like the cookie cutter mentality. I don't necessarily just dislike the design here. The craftsman style is consistent with several homes we see. I just don't need to see 20 of them go up in Burlingame. I'd like to see some differences there. Their business model is predicated amongst homeowners buying their lots before they're built, but in Burlingame, that doesn't seem to be happening as much. So I'd rather give them a little bit more, or challenge them a little bit more to come up with some more unique designs.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Schmidt?
Yeah, thank you for coming back to me. I agree. When I looked at all three of them, I wasn't as happy. I think this one in of itself with the design and on its own, if I ignored the other two, I feel like this one, it sits in its own lot pretty well. I won't have the same sentiment going forward. So I think your guys' comments are good. They're probably just on the next two that we need to get to help them guide that. So thanks. If we're not having more comments, can I make a motion?
Sure. Yeah, I agree with what you've said, and yes, go ahead, make a motion. Mhm.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we approve it to go on to a regular action item. However, not approving the request for the garage height.
Can we, first I need a second, and then I'm going to add something. Can I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, from Commissioner Horan. So now I think we can discuss this before the final vote. I agree. I just would like to predicate it on, I think some comments were made this evening to help them make it less tract home like. And it would be really great if we could see those looked at, the window issue, the belly band, possibly the just some detailing that would really be nice to have some unique things on each home. So I'm going to, that's it. Can we call for a vote then?
Before we go to the vote, I just want to make sure I clarify. I mean, this is the design reviewer. I know Commissioner Schmidt said to bring back. And can you just clarify what you said to bring back on the regular action calendar? I may have missed it.
Oh, I feel like this can come back on regular action.
Okay. Did you caveat it with something?
Yes, the garage.
And I think that the comments that we've made for them to address before they come back for action item, I hope they take seriously, but I'm not in support of the request for the variance on the garage.
Okay, understood. But the entire item would be coming back. So I mean, there could be a denial of the project based on the garage should it come forward. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the motion correctly. Because we can't, since the applicant does have the right to appeal our decisions, we have to make sure we move the project forward. We can certainly highlight the issues that we have with the variance, but we need to make sure that we bring it up as a package together.
Okay, so we approve it tonight, but if they come back with it coming back next time, there's a chance it'll get denied.
Yes. Okay. And is that the substance of the motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And does the second agree with that substance of the motion?
Yes.
Okay,
All right.
thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. And then may I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Horan,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
and Acting Chair Pfaff.
Aye. Okay, that is great. And it's a 6-0. Is that right? 6011.
5011. I
Sorry,
believe.
sorry. Math was never my strongest point. Thank you. Then on to agenda item 9B. Similarly, the same developer for 2704 Hillside Drive. I will note again that Commissioner Camerado is recusing from this item. Were any commissioners not able to, oh, well, I'm not going to go through the speech because she's sitting here already. She is present and she knows how to operate with us. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? Seeing none, then let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we hear the staff report, please?
The applicant is proposing to demolish all structures on the site and to build a new 2-story single-unit dwelling and a detached 1-car garage. The new dwelling will contain 4 bedrooms. The detached garage provides the required cover parking for the 4-bedroom house, and the required uncovered parking space is in the driveway. The applicant is also requesting a minor use permit for a 9-foot 8-inch plate height where 9 feet above grade is the maximum allowed. And this is for the detached garage. 1 existing tree is proposed to be removed due to poor health, and 5 new 24-inch box landscape trees are proposed on the site. So again, the applicant is requesting design review this evening, along with a minor use permit for a detached garage plate height. I can take staff questions at this time.
Are there any questions of staff? So I am going to ask this because I forgot last time. Regarding the fiberglass, I don't recall ever having seen a fiberglass front door. Maybe windows, having gone through the planning commission, but do we, is it something that that's fine, that's a common practice, or?
Nothing in the code specifically restricts a fiberglass front door. We have approved, the commission has approved a number of times previously fiberglass windows. I would say in general, we tend to see wood front doors being proposed and approved. Very often wood front doors as well as wood garage doors, although wood garage doors are not as common when it's a detached garage and the garage door is further from the street.
Got it. So thank you. I'm glad I had a chance to ask you. All right. So now I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome our applicant back. Please come forward and state your name and anything else you would like to add about the project.
Hello again. Thanks for having me for this other project. I will share my screen and I'll go through it. I understand that this is very similar, so I'll try to go through it quickly. All right. So this property is 2704 Hillside Drive. It's located between Benito and Alvarado Avenue. It's a smaller lot, 6,000 square feet, and there is an existing home on site with an attached garage that we're proposing to demolish and propose a 2-story new home with 4 beds and 3 baths with a detached garage. This is the existing site to the left and outlined in red. Again, we're proposing the 1st and 2nd story of the home to be more towards the left edge to allow for a driveway to the right, access to a 1-car detached garage in the back. And we're aligning with the right neighbor here with our home set back from the front as well as the back. It's taking a moment. The trees on this site, there are 2. One's proposed to be removed, this red X here. One is the street tree. And we're proposing to add 6 more 24-inch box trees, 3 in the back and 3 in the front, along with our complementary landscape for the home. And the site does significantly slope in one direction from left to right. It drops 3 to 4 feet. And you can kind of see that in the picture here. This is the streetscape. This is the existing home. So you can see that slope here and that attached garage with the home. There are single-story and two-story homes in the neighborhood. This is the single-story next door and the two-story to the right adjacent. This is what it would look like with our proposed home in the streetscape. Some more two-story homes in the neighborhood behind us, as well as across the street. You can see the traditional homes are common, some cottage homes as well. So with our two-story home for this lot, we'd like to propose a traditional style home rather than craftsman due to the amount of traditional style homes in the neighborhood. Bringing a full wall of brick on that first story at the prominent front feature, shutting back and having horizontal siding at that second floor and behind. Shingle siding in the gable treatment, and then using belly bands to transition the materials from shingle to horizontal siding and from the 2 different floors from first floor to second floor. More traditional window trim, white window frames for this home. Still using rafter tails at the eaves, and then also bringing in this smooth panel below the windows at the front, kind of speaking towards the nostalgic bay window that can be found in the neighborhood. The brick does wrap around towards the side. You can see that in the corner perspective. There's your overall height again, 25'4", and here's that sloping grade that we'll be dealing with on the site. We are below the declining height limit here and below the 30 feet. And that's the home in this streetscape. And again, same materials are being proposed, a fiberglass door, but more openings in this. This is again traditional home, not craftsman, so using a more traditional style. 3.0 front door with one side light, and then grids on top and bottom of the windows that you can see here to have that more traditional look. And the colors being proposed are gray with the white trim, keep with the traditional style, and then an accent color for the front door as well as to match the garage door that would be behind. And then the same details you've seen before, but adding in the recessed window detail at the brick, this brick header here, what that would look like. And then going to our 2D elevations, I'm going to zoom in and out, our front and our rear. And using the double gables at the front and back. And then our left elevation, right elevation. Similar setbacks. Oops, there it is. I was gonna say that was the last one. Where we're recessing that second floor on the left and then stepping back on the right. Same single car garage height. So that 9 foot would be to the curb. It would be 9.8 to the grade that we were proposing for this. We also changed the design for this one as well. We had previously a 10-foot first floor plate height and a 9'1" second floor plate height. So we reduced those to 9 foot and 8 foot, as you can see on the right here. Reduced the windows that were here as well to make sure we could accommodate for that smaller massing at the top. And then similar floor plan changes of flipping the program at the first floor. That way we have access directly from the garage to the rear porch and into our main house. And thank you for listening to this presentation. I'll be here for questions.
Thank you very much. Do any of you have, yes, questions from Commissioner Horn?
Yeah, so could you describe how you're dealing with the sloping lot? I just see it leveled out, but are you putting retaining walls on the uphill side, or how do you see that being dealt with?
Pulling up our plans on that one. I know we're averaging out grade. So we would most likely need a retaining wall on the left edge. I'm trying to see if I have the landscape plans showing that.
I think it looks like you're building up on the right as well.
Pulling up the plans. Casey, are you on the call? Could you answer to this? Casey's our landscape architect. Be able to speak better to the land. I assume that we're having a retaining wall. I just don't have it in the plans in front of me.
That's okay. I just, yeah, if you had that. And then on the garage, you know, is there, from a roof design standpoint, what's your design aesthetic there in terms of matching the slope of the main house roof or not? The garage looked a little bit flat to me, the roof, the pitch.
It does have a lower pitch. It is a lot smaller in width too, so that long shed is not going to be the same as the front. But it's keeping low just to make sure that we're keeping it low in the rear yard and not causing any extra height for shadowing.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Schmidt first.
Yeah, on the windows, are those going to be dividers on the outside, or are you proposing that those are dividers between the panes?
They would be the SDL windows, or excuse me, CBG, GBG. Gridded. I have it in the.
So it's not an internal grid, right?
Grids between the glass. Yes,
Okay.
GBG. There we go.
Okay, so that's not going to go. They look horrible. And they actually, the grids fall apart inside the windows, and that is not what our design guidelines allow for.
Okay.
So keep that thought for the comments. And now we're moving to Commissioner Say for questions.
Hello again. So looking at the right elevation, I was wondering if there was any opportunity to add some windows along that kitchen wall to bring in some more light into the kitchen and improve that right elevation. There's a lot of just blank flat wall space that could get some better penetration.
Yeah, we can definitely take a look at that wall again. Originally, before we flipped the plan, we had some sliding doors there to access that driveway. So now that that's been flipped, we'll have to look at what can we add there to break up that wall massing. There's a few solutions we could look at for that.
Okay, and let's see. Oh, I just found it. So on your roof plan, your slope is 5 and 12. Is that your? No, wait, 6 and 12? It's so small, I can't even read it.
It's 5 and 12, but there are different pitches. So the 5 and 12 is the main roof. The two gables on the sides are 8 and 12. And then on the left edge, there's a 6 and 12 at that.
And there looks like there's 8 and 12 too, right? And the horizontally. And somehow, I don't know why it doesn't look like a 5 and 12 to me. That because I know you described the house as traditional, but the roof pitch, especially on the front elevation, doesn't appear to look very traditional to me. So just that's why I asked that question. Maybe you can take a look at that again. And then also, can you explain on the right elevation from the spot where the brick translates into the horizontal siding, is that on the same plane? Let's see.
I'm making sure I'm looking at this. It is on the same plane and there would be a trim piece to separate the two materials.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Cheryl, you had your hand up. I was gonna, is that, oh, Cheryl, there's somebody named Cheryl. Who's Cheryl?
That's me. Hi,
Oh.
everybody. Hello. I'm the neighbor next door to this house on the
Oh,
right.
wait, we haven't opened the public hearing yet. I'm sorry. I
I'm
made
so
a-
sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry. Close. Hold on. Sorry, I made a boo-boo. I do just have a couple quick questions also. On the band, you have a belly band that you explained on the front. You are separating your sort of as a separating, showing the break between the different materials. But it doesn't go around the whole building. It just seems to stop in the front. Am I seeing that right?
Yeah, so that belly band starts on that left-hand side on the
Right.
front and wraps around that tower piece, but there's a roof that separates that tower from the next tower. So the belly band doesn't continue past that. It picks up in the rear at the rear porch,
Oh,
but doesn't go around the entire house.
okay. And then on the front, the front rendering, so actually I have a similar comment too, but now I know why it's happening because you've lowered the plate heights so that they're in compliance with our design guidelines, or, you know, without asking for a permit or whatever. They seem squished to me as well on the front, similarly to the other project. They just seem like they're up a bit high, but then there's a long gap. So to the left of the door, which I'm thinking might be your staircase, I'm not positive, but yeah. I think it really could use another small window there or something. This just seems like just a long nothingness that I feel like it should be, might want to look at another, a small window there, one that's the same size. And I think my the other commissioners have mentioned this, the other questions I was curious about. So if that's all we have, and questions, I'm going to open it up to the public. And do any members of the public, I know we have one, wish to speak on this item? Cheryl, you can speak now. Where are you? Cheryl. Did we lose her? Oh, there she is. Okay. Hi, sorry about that.
Hi there. Sorry to jump the gun earlier. I'm
Okay.
the neighbor at 2700, and I do have a concern about the high right rear wall and the light blockage, and I'm trying to understand how I can get a better look at the plans and what's actually happening there. I did receive one letter from the building company, and it arrived. It had a hearing date, and the letter arrived 2 weeks after the hearing. So this is my first opportunity to actually find a way to come to y'all and ask how I can understand a lot more things about what is going to go on next to my house and what the plans are.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl, for.
I apologize if this is the wrong forum. I just haven't been able to get anywhere.
I think it's fine. Better now. So may I also ask if any other comments have come in either with email or, well, she was a Zoom chat, I guess. So have we gotten any other?
It's like we do have one more hand raised. I can share that.
Okay.
It's from an iPhone and it looks like they've just been brought in.
Okay.
And let me just respond to Cheryl. I think we can put you in touch with the project planner. And if we can get your contact information, maybe the easiest way is send an email to planning DEPT planning@burlingame.org. So that's planning, DEPT at burlingame.org. And then we can put you in touch with the project planner.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Super. So whoever is Galaxy S21 Ultra 5G, you are welcome to speak.
And you're still muted right now. You do have your hand up, but you're muted.
So what should I do?
Can wait for one more moment, but
okay.
then at that point, can let everyone know that they're always able to write an email to publiccomment@burlingame.org
Okay.
if they ever have anything. But I think at this point, you can likely see if there's any other public comments, and then if
Okay.
not, close the public hearing.
Are there any other public comments? And if the person who's attempting to come in would like to write something in, please do. Maybe that works better. Okay. All right, then seeing there are no other comments, public comments, I am going to close the public hearing and ask the commissioners to have some input here. Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah. So although it's the same shape and virtually the same design, it doesn't seem to fit the place the same. I don't really feel like the scale or anything about the design fits in this chunk of the neighborhood. Most of the rest of the houses in the neighborhood are stucco plaster and totally different shapes. And so it just doesn't feel like it fits. The brick doesn't do anything for me. And I think that whole front portion looks worse being highlighted with a separate material, whereas in the previous project, it blended better. And I think that long front roof really kind of, it plays with the shape of it, particularly on the angled view of it. The sides are still, tall, flat, and boring. I'm concerned about the windows. Having the dividers inside is not an appropriate solution. So they need to really think about this, because your previous comments on the previous house of all three of these look like spec homes. They do, and this one shows it probably more than the others. And I'm just not feeling very confident in this design for this location. And there's definitely differences in the rendering versus the drawings. It appears as though this is half of one house, half of another put together. And so if this one needs a lot of work, in my opinion. So, done.
Thank you. Commissioner Say?
Yes, ditto everything that Commissioner Schmidt just said. I feel like this particular house for this neighborhood and for that site that's a sloping site, that this would be a candidate for a design review consultant. There's just too many elements on all four sides for me to run a long list of comments. Most of them are what Commissioner Schmidt said, but I just don't see it fitting in our city. And especially not in this particular neighborhood. I don't think there was any attention paid to the fact that the property is on a sloping lot. That was pointed out in the presentation, but none of the graphics represent that sloping lot and the issues that that lot would face with this house under construction. And the rendering that looks nothing like I think the rendering is based on the original design, which had the 10-foot plate height and the 9-foot plate height on the second floor, which is why it looks taller and more elongated. But even so, it doesn't carry any of the traditional details and elements that was stated in the presentation. And it looks like it belongs out in some countryside, a countryside spec home. And I would not want to see this built in our city.
Okay, are there additional comments? Okay, then I would say, and I agree with everything that has been said, so I don't need to belabor it. So is someone willing to make a motion of some sort?
I move that we bring this project to a design review consultant.
Can I
would
second?
that.
Okay. Okay, who seconded it? I missed it.
I did.
Okay, okay. Commissioner Schmidt, second. So then I guess I need to, how do I do this? A roll call to, how do I do this? Roll call vote regarding sending this project to a design reviewer.
Commissioner Horan,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
Acting Chair Foth.
Aye. And so again, this is a 5-0-1-1, right? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Moving along.
And it's not appealable.
Oh, and it is not appealable. Thank you. I missed that. Next item is agenda item 9C 132 Occidental. I will again note that Commissioner Camarado will not be participating. She's recusing herself. So were any of the commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? I think, yes, nobody's saying anything. Let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the site. Can we hear the staff report, please?
The subject property is located within the Burlingame Park No. 2 subdivision, and as such, historic resource evaluation was prepared for the property by Page and Turnbull and is included in your staff report attachments. The results of the evaluation concluded that the existing structures at 132 Occidental Avenue do not appear to be individually eligible for listing in the national or California registers under any criteria. The applicant is proposing to demolish all of the existing structures on the site and to build a new 2-story single unit dwelling and a detached 1-car garage. The new dwelling would contain 4 bedrooms. The required covered parking is provided in a detached garage, and the uncovered parking space for the 4-bedroom house is provided in the driveway. The applicant is also requesting a minor use permit here for the 9-foot 8-inch plate height for the detached garage, where 9 feet above grade is the maximum allowed. 3 existing protected size trees will be removed as part of this project. The applicant has submitted a tree removal permit to the Parks Division for the removal of the protected size trees that are in ill health. In summary, the project requires design review and a minor use permit for the garage plate height. I can take staff questions at this time.
Are there any questions for the staff? Okay, I don't see any. So then I am going to open the public hearing and ask the applicant back again to state her name and, well, we know her name, but state your name for the record and anything else you would like to add about your project.
Hello again, I'm Anna Felver with Thomas James Homes presenting 132 Occidental. Share my screen again. It'll let me. 132 Occidental Avenue. We are at 6,886 square foot lot, so slightly bigger than the last. You can see the neighboring homes are the same arrangement of front home with a detached garage in the rear yard. So similarly, we are proposing to have a 2-story home with that single car detached garage in the back. The red is representing that original home outline and original detached garage, and the light gray is representing that first floor, dark gray representing the second story we're proposing. Trying to stay in alignment with the 2 homes adjacent with our front setback, and then as well as where our home ends in the back. Trees that are existing, there are 22 trees on this site. 6 are protected, and 3 are that are protected or proposed for removal. Those are those highlighted items there. 1 due to really poor health, the other 2 highlighted for health and development. We are proposing to add 4 more trees to replace the 3 protected trees. 2 would be in the front and 2 would be in the back here. There's no significant slope to this site. This is the streetscape with the existing home on site, and then our proposed traditional home within that streetscape. And then looking at other 2-story homes in the neighborhood, shingle siding being used, stone veneers, the stucco on other homes. There's some porches being emphasized here, some gables, some with a second story above. And we're proposing a traditional style home, very similar to the one you saw last, slightly larger porch area and door configuration. Same full brick all the way up with smooth panel below the front entry or the front windows. Horizontal siding being used on both the first and second story with the shingle treatment in the gable. And shutters at the front as well as on the side. You can see them peek here and being highlighted there. This is that same 2D feature showing that declining height envelope here, and that we're below that and below our 30-foot minimum with a 26-foot ridge overall height for the home. The dark gray on the left and right side showing the single story elements or adjacent neighbors and how that would relate to our eve height here. Similarly, the fiberglass being used for the doors and the windows, the metal garage door in the back. Same details you've seen. The front and rear elevations, the rear is much different with this porch centralized and the second story above more centralized with some stepping back along the edges there. And then your left and then right elevation. Some more treatment in here, windows. And then the detached garage is 9'9" to grade. So we're asking for a minor use application on this as well. We did drop one of the plate heights for this project. We had 9'1" and 9'1", and we dropped it again to 9 and 8. So seeing that difference at that second story to reduce the massing. And then we also did the same plan changes for this project, relocating that door to the other side, so flipping the programming again, though it is slightly different in location of that programming, very similar to the last project as well. And showing those two elevations, the previous rear elevation and the current elevation on the right with those changes. We also did neighborhood outreach with this project as well, and held a neighbor meeting. We did have one neighbor come to that meeting and share their concerns of the existing planting and making sure that we're coordinating with their rose bushes during construction. So we were able to clarify and continue to work with them on that. But thank you for your time again on this third project, and I'm here to respond to any comments and clarification you may need.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, are there any questions of Ms. Felver from our group? No? Okay, I thought I had.
I have questions.
Yeah, okay. Hi, Commissioner Say.
Hi, Anna, the rendering shows, well, the front elevation shows a wraparound roof on the front, and then the rendering doesn't show it. Do you know which one you're presenting? On the second floor, the wraparound roof on the second floor. It's present on the elevation, but not on the rendering.
Let me confirm. You're talking about the second floor.
Yeah.
You're right. I think I could pull my screen up to show you. Yeah. We are proposing to wrap that, and it did not get captured in our rendering here. But yes, we are proposing the 2D be our most current.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then did the left neighbor by chance come to the neighborhood outreach meeting? Do you know?
Let me pull that up. I believe we only had one neighbor, but I want to make sure because we had, as you know, 3 of these outreaches. I want to see if they emailed me instead. I received a phone call. They weren't able to attend. I wanted to make sure this was the right neighbor. The Boluses are on the left, and they just wanted to ask about the fencing and requested to take out the hedging, and happy to hear trees are being removed as there is no sunlight in their side yard currently. So they're very happy to hear that, and wanted to request some fencing items with us. So to further coordinate on that shared property line.
Okay, thank you. I wonder if you might want to reach out to them. One of the things here in Burlingame we're trying to be sensitive to is large windows over the stairwell facing a side neighbor. And it didn't appear on the other 2 houses, but this one in particular is quite large. It's pretty, but it's quite large. And it might be something to point out to that neighbor. I think it's a 1-story home next door. And maybe even take a look at reducing the size of that window. That's kind of what we've prescribed applicants to do, kind of in the more recent year or 2, just to be more sensitive to big, glowing light facing one's house at night. And let's see, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I also noticed the issue with the roof being absent, but you clarified that, so I appreciate it. Okay, so then there are no more. All right, okay, so I'm going to ask if there are any members of the public who would like to comment and participate this evening.
No emails.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. So, commissioners, comments, please. Okay, Commissioner Schmidt, have the floor.
Okay, largely the same comments. Rendering doesn't match. I actually like the front elevation without the wraparound roof that is in the 2D. But the stone doesn't really fit. This neighborhood is, again, more plaster, more stucco. And you had to go through a historic review for the existing house. This is not coming out looking historic much. It's this one too, just regular track home. And I don't think that that's adding value to this location. And again, a lot of the same comments. Bigger windows are big, large expanses on the side. Not as bad on this one because there are some windows on the right side, not as bad as the previous one, but it's just not doing it for me. And for this location. And then, when you really do look at the rendering, that's not how that block looks at all. So I think a lot of reconsideration on this one is due as well. And again, would not support the garage request.
Commissioner Lowenthal?
Yeah, I totally agree with my fellow Commissioner Schmidt. The only thing I would add is, for some reason, to me, the little single car garage just looks comically small compared to this massive building. 3,500 square foot house with this little dinky shack of a garage. So that to me is kind of comical. It needs to be rethought. I also would love to see, I know Thomas James is in our neighborhoods. They need to start thinking a little bit differently. There needs to be some porches involved. The porch here is, I think, too small. I think if you slid the ADU over to the side, you could have a full porch and not have that weird pillar of siding on the right of the house. It just keeps bothering me on the elevations. And so, yeah, I agree with Chair or Commissioner Schmidt. This house needs some more work.
Commissioner Say?
Yeah, I was trying to scale the width of the house off the plans, but my scale doesn't match the scale on the drawings. Anyway, somehow proportionately, it looks like the lot in the rendering or in this elevation is wider than the reality. I'm not sure what is off here, but the house just seems wider than a typical frontage we would see on, I think she said it was a 6,000 square foot lot. So I don't know, I'm just curious if just to double check that, but this is another neighborhood that I think more old world details work better. Classic, true classic detailing and proportions, 4-box, kind of arrangements on front elevation. So I just think, I don't know if this one is another candidate for design review, or if by going through it with the second project that would help this project. I think also because we see on every project that same kind of low slung, flat, low profile roof that's in front of that first floor, and it just doesn't do anything for me. I think look at breaking it up somehow and adding some interest there in the front. I think it's going to improve some of the window profiles as well on the different levels, and I think there's just a lot of opportunity for really applying a traditional traditionally designed home to this floor plan potentially, but to this neighborhood. And I also don't support the minor use permit for the garage.
I'm gonna just chime in. Similar, I have very similar thoughts, but just so the applicant doesn't feel like she's being picked on, we actually, not a lot, but there have been incidences where the exact same home was done. In fact, there's one down the street from me in the other direction the same way. And yeah, it's a little awkward, but the difference is they were, I think, very high quality and a lot of attention to detail. And so I think that's makes a lot of difference. And, you know, in the early days, there were homes many that were very similar that, you know, out of the Sears catalog or whatever, but somehow the proportions were right. They just had some kind of cohesion. So anyway, I don't know if we should bring this to design review also, or does anyone else have some other comments? Well, should I?
Sheriff, I did want to note, I know it is a little bit confusing just because there are multiple projects by the same applicant. Of course, we're going to treat each one on their own. So
Yes.
If you believe that a design review consultant is necessary on this, you should do so as well. We shouldn't try to rely or connect it to any other project.
Sorry, didn't mean.
No, it's completely,
Okay.
no. But just wanted to make sure that we understood that you could also continue the item, of course, or bring it back on regular action, but they're all options are still in front of you, and I don't want you to think one's precluded because there's another project that's similar that's been sent to design review.
I'm actually going to let Commissioner Schmidt carry on.
I agree. There are 3 different projects. I think that, like I said, the first project I felt fit in its environment a little bit better, and the style worked a little bit better, and the scale was a little bit better. So that one didn't get it as bad. I think that the middle one was the worst. I think this one is just not fitting into its environment. And so I'm concerned that, and this environment's different than the other 2. So I think that I actually think that this one's going to need enough work over that a design consultant would be advantageous for them to be able to get this to go a little faster. So I would be willing to support a motion to have this go to design review.
I'll second that motion, but I also wanted to add something. I just wanted the applicant to know that certainly the comments are not intended to pick on anybody. And the reason we're suggesting the design review consultant is it's a built-in part of our process to assist applicants to get across the finish line. And that's our hope, is to be able to approve a design that's befitting the neighborhood, and each one in its own space. And so our design review consultants are very knowledgeable about the design criteria that we look for here in Burlingame. And so that hopefully the use of, or the application of, a design review consultant to this project would help you to sooner cross that finish line and get an approval. So just want to make that clarification.
Should we add that about the garage, or we deal with that the next time, about the permit, the special permit for the garage height, or
So,
where does that go?
I mean, the applicant can choose to make changes to their project, but at the same time, we still have to move the entire project as presented to where it's going, because we can't take action on anything tonight.
Got it. So then is there a discussion beyond that? And if not, then I'd like a roll call vote. Okay, then I think I don't, did I open it to the public?
You did. There was no public comment. You opened
Okay, good. All right. So, okay.
Okay,
So-
Commissioner Horan,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal,
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Aye.
Commissioner Say,
Aye.
and Acting Chair Pfaff.
Aye. And I forgot, this is not,
This is not appealable.
it's not appealable. Thank you. All right, and so again, well, I believe it would be a 5011 for the record. Thank you to the applicant for the presentations. So now I guess I can bring back in Commissioner Camarado, and we're moving on to agenda item 9D, 1305 Rollins Road. So if you are the applicant or the applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask that you also turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding the project? So does anyone need to recuse, and have you all seen the project, the area, whatever? No, it's this case, it is the project. Let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we hear the staff report, please?
Yes, the subject property is located at the northwest corner of Rollins Road and Marston Road in the Innovation Industrial District. The property contains a one-story multi-unit commercial building with 5 separate tenant spaces, 3 of which are currently vacant. Existing uses include automotive repair, automotive bodywork, office, and light industrial uses. The proposed project includes exterior facade upgrades to the existing commercial building. No new floor area is being proposed, and there would be no change to the overall building height. Commercial design review is required when there are proposed changes to more than 50% of the building facades. The proposed exterior facades would include keeping all of the openings in the same locations on all 3 sides, on all 3 street-facing sides. However, all existing exterior materials would be changed to modernize the building. The changes are mainly focused on the Rollins Road and Marston Road elevations. The staff report provides a more detailed overview of the proposed changes. The existing site contains 35 parking spaces, and the proposed project includes improvements to the parking site conditions with upgrades to the disabled accessible parking, resulting in a loss of 1 on-site parking space. In summary, the applicant is requesting commercial design review for exterior facade changes to an existing commercial building. The applicant is in attendance to answer questions, but first I'm available for questions of staff.
Are there any questions of staff? Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I'm going to open. Oh no, that was you. We're not getting the applicant. You are speaking for the applicant. Thank you. Okay, so and there are no questions. Then do we have any members of the public who would like to speak about this?
Actually, let's back up.
I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. I know it's getting late. So if you open the public hearing, then the applicant will be available for questions, and then.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, you mixed me up doing your presentation. So I will open the public comment, and is the applicant here to speak?
Yes, we're just working on getting him promoted to a panelist. And Mr. Hagman, you are when you're ready.
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you. I am Bill Hagman, the architect. The Hagman Group is the name of the firm. And the project essentially consists of updating and enhancing the exterior design of the facade of this existing multi-tenant industrial tilt-up building that needs a lot of help as far as some improvements And we are proposing to add new clear anodized aluminum storefront, replacing the existing overhead doors with glass anodized aluminum doors, and applying horizontal corrugated metal cladding up to the walls with some stucco accents. And we are proposing metal canopies that would be extending over the entry storefronts. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions of the applicant? I did have a material question. I'm not really sure about, I don't understand the material you're talking about. I'm sorry. So is it sort of a corrugated metal or?
Yes, it's horizontal corrugated metal. Yes. I did provide a little detailed photo. I don't know if you have.
Yeah, I probably looked at it, but didn't really understand it either.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Oh, I see. I got it. I understand. And then the blue sections are sort of like mounted stucco pieces, or?
yes, so the blue areas are stucco, and they are surrounding the overhead doors that we are replacing with glass doors.
Got it. Great. Okay, it looks like Commissioner Schmidt has a question.
Yeah. The overhangs at the doors, how far out are they projecting from the stucco?
From the stucco. So the stucco.
Sorry, the ones over the corrugated metal. Sorry.
So over the corrugated metal, they would be, so it's essentially the canopies would be 1 foot past the stucco and then 2 feet past the metal.
Okay. Okay. And then I recognize that you're doing the Rollins and the other road sides. How are you making the transition then on the far corner as you go around the back?
Well, we're not planning on, we're not planning on actually continuing the corrugated. It's essentially, we're going to have accent, the blue accent color will continue on the rear, and we would have the overhead doors that are in the rear would be an accent gray color, so to tie in with what's happening in the front.
Okay, so I'm just curious then how you're going to close off the open end of the corrugated,
right,
without a stop.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. We'll have to have a detail. Yeah,
I'll leave that be. I think you can do it, and it may just be extending, what is the tilt wall out another few inches to close it.
Close it, yeah.
But I just didn't want it to go without a detail later.
Sure, I appreciate that.
And I imagine you're going to have a similar transition issue as you go into the other build. You hit the property line on the right.
Right.
Into that other building, you're going to have to find a way to close it off.
Yes.
But otherwise,
they do have they do have trim kit that's part of the corrugated. Yeah.
And that'll probably look fine on the right. I'm concerned on the bigger corner on the back.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good question. And are there any other questions of the applicant? Okay, so I'd like to open it up to anyone who might have contacted us or written in some way? Do you have any comments or questions or?
No emails.
Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing and ask my fellow commissioners for any comments, motions, anything. Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah, no, I think it looks good, and I think it's a nice add to what is a out-of-date building. I think the uses are good as long as they can find the tenants. And the building function, looks like it functions well for this. So I like to see the reuse of it and the adaptation of it. So I think that that's going to be good. I could see those overhangs growing over the entry doors because you might need 4 feet from the door to the overhang to fulfill your cover over an entry door, which then you may want to consider tiebacks to hold it up, but that's a different issue. But I otherwise think it's a good project. So I would be happy to make a motion to bring this back on regular action. And we don't really have anything special. So it's just
okay.
Staff.
Thank you.
I would second that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Say, did you have something? Did you have something at all? You just want a second?
Oh, I was just going to clarify, I think for Commissioner Schmidt, I was looking at the plans. I think those front doors that the overhangs extend are actually, they're sufficiently set back so that there's plenty of depth. Yeah, because I was thinking at first that 2 feet wasn't really going to do anything, but there's plenty.
Yeah.
Do we, not to challenge the motion that's on the table, but if there's no comment, should we bring it back on consent? Is there anything that we're doing in the action meeting?
I'd like to see the detail around the back corner resolved. There's a few little tightening things that I think he can do that he knows are there. And I think if we had one more site at it, it'll be a quick action item.
Perfect.
Okay, very good. So it was a second by Commissioner Camarado, and then we had a little discussion there, got a little out of order, but that's okay. So sounds good. Then I would like a roll call vote, please. Do we vote on this? Yes. Okay. It's going to come back on. Yeah.
So Commissioner Camarado.
Aye.
Commissioner Horan.
Aye.
Commissioner Lowenthal.
Aye.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Aye.
Commissioner Say.
Aye.
And Acting Chair Pfaff.
Aye. So now we have a 6001. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you to the applicant as well. And wait a minute, do I say, I need to say, is this
not appealable?
Not appealable. The action is not appealable. Now we have arrived at agenda item 9E. This was a long evening. 620 Airport Boulevard. If you are the applicant or applicant's representative, please raise your hand so that we may be prepared for you to speak at the appropriate time. If possible, we ask for you also to turn on your video at that time. Were any commissioners not able to visit the project site, or do any commissioners wish to note any ex parte communications regarding this project? Do we have anyone needing to recuse on this? Does not look that way. So let the record note that all commissioners present have visited the project site. Can we hear the staff report, please?
Yes, the project site measures approximately 3.7 acres in size and is located on the east side of Airport Boulevard at 620 Airport Boulevard. The site is currently occupied by a surface parking lot utilized for airport parking and shuttle service for people flying in and out of San Francisco International Airport. The project proposes to redevelop the site with 2 9-story office research and development R&D buildings that would be located over 2 levels of parking. The application is for an office R&D building with a life science use that is not tenant specific. While the building would be constructed to accommodate a life science use with larger floor to ceiling heights, the tenant improvements would ultimately determine the end use of the space as either office or a life science use with office, research and development and laboratories. The building is not being constructed for a specific tenant at this time and may in fact accommodate multiple tenants. The project site does not directly abut the Anza Lagoon, but is flanked by the Bay Trail that wraps around the eastern edge of the property. As mentioned in the staff report, the portion of land is owned by the State Lands Commission. The applicant is diligently pursuing negotiations with the State Lands Commission to obtain the rights to make improvements to this piece of land as part of their proposal. These improvements would include new landscaping, public pathways, benches, picnic tables, a new terraced seating area facing the Anza Lagoon, and also the project would improve the existing Bay Trail and raise the embankment to address long-term shoreline sea level rise resiliency. This item is for both environmental scoping and commercial design review. The environmental review has been commenced, and to date, the direction has been to prepare a review that would confirm consistency with the Burlingame General Plan and Environmental Impact Report. Should there be potential project-specific effects, which would be peculiar to the project or site, or other impacts that were not evaluated in the general plan, EIR additional analysis would be warranted. The applicant has prepared a presentation, so I'll finish by summarizing the request. The applicant is requesting design review, special permit for building height greater than 65 feet, and special permit for community benefits for increased floor area ratio for a tier 3 project. Before we hear from the applicant, I'm available for questions of staff.
Okay, do we have questions? Yes. Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah, I have a question on traffic. Is part of our EIR report in that area, do we have a traffic analysis of the throughput on the single lane section of Bay or airport that goes into the Broadway intersection there at the freeway?
We would need to check with the general plan EIR to see what whether that segment was studied, and then but I think that is a valid scoping question to ask, and that could be followed up as part of the environmental review to see if indeed that was studied in the general plan EIR.
Yeah, because my concern being is that we now have 3-4 buildings on the other side of that 2-lane road that all funnel into Broadway to go southbound. You know, we don't.
Understood.
So if we continue to build over there at the rate that we're approving, that road is going to be a nightmare, is my opinion. But so.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Sain, another question?
Yeah, I was just trying to understand the on page 2 of the staff report where the there is discussion about the neighboring property having a leasehold interest on the portion of the Bay Trail that they want to improve. And then at the end of the paragraph, it says the intent is to get the project approved as proposed and obtain approval from the neighboring leasehold interest and the State Lands Commission. Are we to assume that that generally would get approved in this approach?
That is the plan, and I think parties are working towards that goal. Should something run into problems, then I think that would be addressed prior to the project coming back for action. But I think as proposed currently, that is part of the project proposal, is to include improvements on that adjacent parcel.
Okay, it's just like presently going on, and that's kind of the intent.
Yeah, it involves multiple parties. So State Lands Commission owns the land, but then there is a leasehold, and this project would like to have the benefit of being able to. They won't take ownership of the land because it is owned by the state. But they would like to make improvements and also be in charge of the maintenance so that they can have a more consistent maintenance of that part of the Bay Trail as well.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, are there any more questions of staff? Okay. So I am going to open the public hearing. Would the applicant please come forward and state your name and anything else you'd like us to know about your project? Whole
Hi.
team. Hi.
Can you hear and see us?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you, Director Gardner, for the presentation there. Vice Chair Pfaff, commissioners, staff, and members of the public. My name is Jeremy Louie, and I'm with Vassar Properties, and we are the development team behind 620 Airport Boulevard, for which we have enjoyed owning and operating as a airport parking lot for the past 20 years. I wish to share with you some history of our stewardship and why we are proposing this project. The company acquired this dirt lot in 1998 and has always held a vision that this flat, water-facing neighborhood would one day become a vibrant commercial corridor that also provides the region and local residents public access to the nature and the shoreline. And with the adoption of the general plan in 2019, we finally see an opportunity to address a desire of bioscience and innovation companies to make Burlingame their home through the creation of high quality commercial offices. We also, of course, want to take this opportunity to create and improve public access to open space and create a new entry point along Airport Boulevard to the shoreline. We've known for a very long time that this corner of Burlingame has been a secret to most folks, even for those who've lived here for many years. I wish to share that 40% of the land area of our 5-acre project site is dedicated exclusively for public and community use. I believe we would be the first project to propose an elaborate outdoor exercise facility and plan to have a food and beverage establishment adjoining the Bay Trail to connect the people enjoying the outdoors with our project. We have an additional uniqueness here in that we are adjacent to the Hilton Burlingame Hotel, for which we are an affiliate of and have owned and operated for 35 years. The hotel has generated over $42 million in occupancy and property taxes for the city over the time of our stewardship, and currently employs over 100 people, many who live in Burlingame. Local innovation offices for local innovation jobs, employing local people, is the missing cog that has often eluded the adjacent hotel and small business community. We believe that this project will create the vitality and security for the hotel and small business community, and equally as important, create a destination for the public to enjoy the Bay Trail and the outdoors through the extensive community benefits we're offering. And that's why tonight at this very late hour, we've assembled a very experienced and excellent team. There we go. To present to you our project that puts front and center the creation of public amenities and beautiful buildings. Oh. There we go. There we go. All right. In this room with me is Gary Levers and Karen Kuklin of the firm DGA. And I believe joining by phone, and I apologize, we should let Justin Aff on the line. I probably should have checked that before we started here. Hopefully he's on the line.
I'm here.
He is. Wonderful. Of CMG Landscape Architecture. And we're supported by a very deep and experienced bench of other designers and engineers and specialists. And collectively, this team has designed, engineered, and built some of the most interesting, innovative, and beautiful projects up and down the peninsula and beyond. As Commissioner Tay had alluded to, we do have a special situation that we're proposing improvements beyond our own privately owned property. Of the 5-acre project site, 3.7 acres of that is indeed privately owned, and that's shown in the blue here. The green is state lands, but there's an existing 40-year lease to a private hotel operator who is located across the lagoon. We are in collaborative discussions with both groups, and once you see our presentation, it should come as no surprise that this really is a win-win-win situation for those stakeholders, the city, and ourselves. And we're working through the documentation that has been provided to us by state lands to obtain the rights to improve this section of the shoreline. So without further ado, I wish to turn this over to Gary Levers of DGA to present the project plans, and our entire team welcomes this opportunity for your thoughtful comments and questions. Gary, please.
Good evening, everybody. I know it's been a long night, and we're very excited to share this with you. So we've still got a lot of enthusiasm to take you through. Just to give you a little orientation on the site, we've basically got Airport Boulevard along the south. We have the hotel, which is to the east, and then the Bay Trail wraps around the north and west. So even though the parking lot is pretty sort of flat and visually, so I guess you could say it was unobtrusive, the real distinguishing factors on the site here are just this wonderful connection to the Bay Trail and the just spectacular views over the bay. And so really, in summation of our objectives, we really think that we want to try and take advantage of those views as much as possible, in addition to maximizing the development, and then also to be able to respect and integrate the natural environment. I'm going to take you through a couple of thumbnail sketches here that really show you our process. So in sketch number 1, that's the actual maximum floor area that we could build on the site in terms of what would be allowed if we maintain the height limit. But as you can see, that kind of blocks the site. It really cuts down on the ability to be able to see the bay, and it doesn't really work very well for a building. So one of our first decisions was to bifurcate the buildings, to pull them apart, to create this space between them, which allows, in sketch number 3, these view corridors to be able to exist from the Airport Boulevard, from the community, through this courtyard to the views of the bay beyond. And as you can see in sketch number 4, the bay in turn is allowed to be able to flood in to that courtyard space. And in order to energize that space, we want to try and locate the flexible spaces, the spaces which have most activity along the north, east, and west sides of the site, facing into the courtyard. So they really activate the outdoor spaces, really creating a very, very strong relationship. And then the service spaces, these buildings are quite heavily serviced, would be then serviced from the outside, and would have the least impact in terms of where the Bay Trail creates that relationship with the courtyard. And then we have a single point of entry for drop off, which is really that main entry that on diagram number 6 with that central arrow. So these diagrams really are the underpinning of our vision for the site. And so we wanted to be able to share with that very, very early on, this just amazing vision for this site and what it can be. And but we really also want to show you, be able to share with you how we got there. And so that starts with how we integrated the landscape. And Justin's going to talk a little bit about the conceptual ideas which have shaped that design proposal.
Thanks, Gary. Our sort of driving principle from the start was opening the site up to the bay, and then in turn, bringing the bay environment and all the natural beauty back into the site. So what we really want to do is create as close to a seamless connection as we can from the interior of this site out to the public parcel on the Bay Trail, with paths that connect onto the Bay Trail, seating elements, generous amount of public seating within within the courtyard itself and also out onto the Bay Trail. And so there's a whole series of amenities that we are adding to the site. We start on plan right, coming from the hotel along the Bay Trail. There's an outdoor fitness station with a secondary path that winds around it. A terrace seating element in the middle that not only has beautiful views out to the water, Anza Lagoon and beyond, but helps negotiate a little bit of the grade change that we have between the courtyard and the Bay Trail. And then we have a picnic area over on the left side, east of Building A, and then some seating areas on the bay side as well, purple that you see here. As we move back along the left side of this drawing, you can see that we have 5 public parking stalls right at surface level with a easy accessible path down to the Bay Trail, more seating areas, public bike parking at the existing entrance to the Bay Trail, and a great potential place for an art feature that is still in development. There's a concept that we could have some art there. As you move into the center of the site, the central drop-off plaza located next to the building entrances will help activate those spaces at the center of the site. And then we have this stroll garden again with multiple pathways and public seating areas that lead you out to the bay. And then these outdoor rooms against the building, again with publicly accessible seating, all providing shelter, shade, and places to linger and enjoy the views of the bay. The lighting plan, we wanted to show you this lighting plan just to demonstrate that we are concerned both about safety, but balancing safety light levels with acknowledgement that we're in a sensitive area and that we will make sure that all of our lighting is dark skies compliant and shielded from the bay shoreline. We're keenly aware that there's sensitive habitat and wildlife along the bay shore. And so any lighting that we do will be a balance of safety and environmental concerns. And finally, again, just to emphasize what I hope the site plan showed, we hope for a very accessible plaza space that connects out to the Bay Trail. The most appealing place to be for the public along the site is going to be along the Bay Trail, but we want to invite people into the site as well. And so we've created a multitude of pathways to get through this site. And along Airport Boulevard, we have a generous stair and an accessible sloped walk that you see on the right-hand side of the drawing. And of course, the lobby entries at the center, activating the center of the site, as well as the flexible spaces on the ground floor that I'll let Gary speak more about.
So by locating the parking and the building support to the outside of the buildings, we've been able to really focus the flexible spaces so that they focus on not just the Bay Trail, but also the courtyard, and creating a lot of energy between the two. And we have some, they're both 15,000 square foot footprints, and we anticipate that they could be cafe, could be a lecture hall, conference room, maybe fitness, but all types of facilities which would allow the public to be able to share in those amenity functions, but also obviously supporting the tenants inside. So these are images which we think have the flavor of that. And you can see it's all about transparency, connection with the outside, really trying to erode the threshold between inside and outside so that there's a real sense of connection with the ground plane.
Great, thank you, Gary. We are proposing 5 community benefits that fall under the definitions of the Burlingame Municipal Code. But before I go into each one individually, I would say that the Bayfront is our front yard. And even though we do not own it, we feel compelled to make it special and better, and have focused the energy of our improvements along the Bayfront. First, we are proposing a half-acre public plaza dead center on our project site facing the bay. We feel that this scale is generous. At half acres, it's about the size of a heritage park or perhaps a Laguna Park, but of course open and facing the water. And we have programmed this with garden paths, with ample public seating and landscaping to protect people against the wind. Those of you who've spent some time here know that there's a very, very strong wind that comes in from the northwest. And by placing the landscape here very intelligently, we're able to allow people to enjoy the outdoors without being without facing the harsh wind. Second, we're proposing 1 acre, or rather I should say improvements along 1 acre of space on the state lands parcel. This is a rather long, perhaps in some places narrow portion of the state land parcel, and we've created zones within this area for the public to enjoy. The first is the middle section with the terraced bleacher style seating that Justin had talked about. This is for people to come and gather, sit, meet each other, enjoy the fresh air, and that would be located next to some meandering paths with picnic seating. On the northeast side, we are proposing outdoor fitness equipment to give folks who otherwise don't have access to a gym a place to exercise and stay healthy and stay fit. On the southwest side, we have an area dedicated for public art. Now, we haven't gone very far in this, but we would love to work with perhaps some local artists to create structures and place it in an area that connects with Airport Boulevard and connects our site with the history of this portion of Burlingame and beyond. Third, sustainable buildings. Our buildings will be fully electric. We would target LEED Gold at a very minimum, and we would also have features on site to capture, retain, clean, and reuse water in certain building or landscape functions. Our entire project site would be designed to be adaptable to future sea level rise considerations. We have been in discussions with BCDC as well. We are raising the entire private parcel up to 17 feet. We also propose 750 linear feet of riprap improvements along the Bay Trail or along the shoreline. And lastly, the Bay Trail is, again, in our front yard, and we respect the natural curvature of it, don't propose to change it. However, we would propose to widen it, to add some lighting there to make it accessible in the evenings, and also to provide some public parking. A portion of this surface parking lot would be public parking so that people of Burlingame can finally use the stretch of Airport Boulevard as an entryway to the shoreline. And lastly, it should be said that we are not only proposing to make the improvements as described here, which is a large one-time effort. We're also proposing to take the maintenance of it, and that is a lifetime effort. We hope that the commission appreciates and recognizes that burden. I'm going to turn this back over to Gary to talk about our design.
So moving from 1, you can see that there's the absence of parking structure. In fact, we have taken the decision, even though there was some financial hardship, to be able to minimize the visual impact of the parking structure. And in 2, what you'll see is across the entirety of the site, there are 2 levels of podium parking, and the buildings themselves sit on top of those. So we've taken out all of the visual pollution that would traditionally occur from having either surface parking or extensive surface parking or structured parking. So we then feel that in order to be able to kind of create a very strong relationship with the ground plane, that maybe there's the opportunity to be able to create a base in that 3rd diagram. So you almost have these glass boxes floating above this more rusticated base, and then reinforcing that in diagram number 4 by expressing the structure of the building in a very, very honest way. The curtain wall itself is a simple yet elegant, efficient curtain wall. But as you'll see from some of our renderings, we've articulated the fins vertically so that it has a sense of movement, which almost actually, Jeremy and I were just walking along the Bay Trail a moment ago. We noticed the tide was out. And so this references the idea of movement along the tide and replicated or rather expressed in the curtain wall. You'll see that in some of the renderings. And then lastly, of course, you've got this amazing view, and it would almost be a crime not to have balconies out there. So that last diagram, number 6, shows these balconies, again, just really kind of connecting to the outside. And all of this is encapsulated in this diagram. I think the sectional diagram, a cross section through the center of the building, where you see that integrated podium parking, taking all or most of the surface parking out, no parking structure, and then this beautiful landscape plaza with these flexible spaces and lobbies which face directly onto that plaza. The materials are very classic and simple. The curtain wall and glass is a traditional curtain wall system, and then you've got a more rusticated system on the lower levels, which kind of ties into some of the ground plane materials. So, but simple, but yet very, very classic in their application. So just kind of taking you through, this is an aerial view here, and you can see the relationship with all of the adjacent structures and the adjacent environment. And just kind of coming into the entry is very welcoming. You kind of drive up, you can do drop off, and the canopies give you this sense of entry. There's a lot of the bay sort of being pulled into this courtyard. So it's almost like the bay is coming to greet you as you pull into the entry. There's a close-up, lot of movement because of those flexible spaces. You can see again that subtle difference between the lower level and the upper level. And actually we've utilized that to address bird safety. So I won't read through these, but we've gone through 8 ways in which we want to eradicate any issues with bird collision. And we feel like our design really supports that objective. And then as you move around through the strolling garden and you look back towards the building, you can kind of see a little bit of that gesture in the curtain walling, which suggesting movement. The balconies on the left-hand side there, with the great views. It's sort of moving out there, you can see all of the different spaces. Even though this is a rather large, expansive open area, you can see the landscape architects have done a fabulous job breaking them up. So it really has a beautiful scale, different experiences, really supporting the building functions. And of course, this is kind of where we're at right now. And I think you can agree that when we realize this vision, it really is going to be an enormous improvement. You know, we really think this is a building that will be of its time, of its place, that respects the environment, the existing environment, the kind of beautiful character of the bay, that still celebrates the technology that sort of defines what's happening on the peninsula in such a sort of progressive way. And also, I think, a nod to the building which it neighbors. I forgot to mention that some of the materials we'll be using in terms of coloration and a little bit of the texture is referenced. So the buildings are 40 years apart, and yet we feel like they will feel like neighbors.
Great.
Okay, thank you very much for that very descriptive and wonderful presentation for us. Appreciate it. So now I'm going to ask our group, do we have any questions of the applicant? Yes, Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'll get to my questions real quickly here. The flex space down on the ground level, I remember seeing that in the drawings. How much flex space is down there, and what are your intended uses being flexible?
So there are two 15,000 square foot spaces on each building, and the potential for calling them flex because they can be so many different things. Typically, they fall into three categories: food and beverage, assembly, i.e. conference rooms, or lecture halls, and then fitness. So broadly speaking, into those three areas.
Yes.
All of which, of course, support that relationship with the outside ground plane.
Terrific. Now, we've definitely been having a lot of discussions with projects with regards to trying to engage the area, because as we're adding in more people to work in the area, we're like, well, where are they going to go eat? What are they going to go do? You're addressing how many square feet are you thinking is going to go to that food and beverage flex-ish?
Well, it could be a maximum of 30,000.
Well, that would be fine, but it also could be 2,000.
Yeah, I think it's, that is definitely, I think we've intentionally referred to it as flexible space because, until the tenants are in, it's that will sort of inform it. I mean, certainly when we were out there tonight, I mean, what a place to go and sit out and be sort of experiencing the bay so close, and the ability to be able to experience food and beverage right there is kind of a no-brainer, really. But in terms of actual square footage, it could be, as much as 30,000. I know from Karen and I's personal experience, projects of this size would tend to be, I would say about, would you say 10? About 10,000 square feet.
And that's kind of what I was looking towards, because we've got other projects out there that started out with big aims, but didn't end up putting them in. So, it is a little bit desertish out there while we're kind of waiting for some of these new projects to happen. And there's not a lot of spaces then for an individual operator to go out and say, oh, I'm going to build a restaurant, unless you're going to be in one of these buildings.
Yeah.
So, I think the use of that flex space is important, because if it becomes fitness and assembly, that's largely tenant driven, and it's not going to be as supportive to the overall community. But if you get a fair amount of food and beverage in there, then you really will make that courtyard and bay trail work well. Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Does anyone else have questions of the applicant? I do have just one. It's not really related to your project, but maybe you can help me. It's of course really very cool looking, your open space there. And I'm just wondering, I only see the 5 dedicated spot. I think it was 5 dedicated spots. Could you tell me, or maybe are you aware if there is parking allowed on that on the adjacent curb street there, or does anyone know? No parking? Not allowed, as in like it's not allowed, or it's not allowed? Wow. Oh
yeah,
my.
they restriped the street and did a bunch of work in there, and it's now 2 lanes each way on that section with bike lanes.
Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. No, then I don't have any more questions. So should we open it up to the members of the public who would like to speak on this item? Are there any?
We do have 4 emails. I'm not seeing any hands up, but I can start by reading the emails. Okay, this first one is from John Hutar, who is the president and CEO of San Francisco Peninsula, which is the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Dear Chair Gall, Vice Chair Pfaff, and members of the Planning Commission, I'm writing you regarding the proposed office development at 620 Airport Boulevard in Burlingame. Airport Boulevard and the surrounding Anza area have far too many underutilized parking lots and needs improvement. A new office development that will bring over 1,000 new jobs to Burlingame will serve the community and the local businesses by encouraging tourism, conventions, and regional commerce. It has the potential to elevate the stature of our city to be a hub for innovation companies. Several of our hotel general managers and I have met with representatives from Vassar Properties to learn more about the prospective development for which they are seeking approval. As presented, the project will reinvigorate the neighborhood through job creation, bring patrons for local businesses, create demand for hotel room nights, and encourage conventions throughout the region. Further, the project's generous improvements to the shoreline and creation of a 1-acre park will encourage local enjoyment of the beautiful nature this side of Burlingame has to offer. In conclusion, this proposed development will help elevate the Burlingame Bayfront and support local business. We support this project and encourage the Planning Commission and Council to continue the discussion with Vassar Properties with the ultimate goal of constructing a high-quality office project for the community. And that is signed John Hutar, President and CEO of the San Francisco Peninsula. Next up is a email from Ethan Rebellos. And he says, "Hi, I'm happy to see so much development along the Bayfront. I want to advocate for small businesses. Burlingame is remarkable because we have many community-oriented businesses, from insurance agents to financial services, paratransit providers, spas, cafes, restaurants, pubs, local markets, and so on. I hope we can receive some assurance that these beautiful large-scale developments will make their best effort to encourage and accommodate small businesses. Small businesses are vital to our community and our quality of life." Next up is signed Anthony Montes. He says, "Hello, I'm writing to share a comment. The Silicon Valley Bike Coalition has regarding the proposed development at 620 Airport Boulevard. My name is Anthony Montes, and I'm a community organizer in the North San Mateo County area, working with residents and employees to create safer and more just communities by making bicycling safe and accessible for everyone. Vassar's proposed development of 2 life science facilities would have a positive impact on the current condition of the Bay Trail and would welcome the proposed improvements the plan outlines to the trail. Bay Trail is one of the most popular Class 1 shared use trails in the area, and our supporters and their communities would greatly benefit from its improvements. Our only concern with the development is the estimated 860 vehicle parking spots the parking garage is slated to have. We hope all interested stakeholders find ways to reduce traffic in the area, including working with the city to lower its parking minimum requirement or establishing a shuttle service to and from the nearest transportation hub to encourage employees to use active transportation and public transportation methods. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Best, Anthony Montes." And last but not least is from Leslie Flint of the Sequoia Audubon Society. And she writes to the Planning Commission, commissioners and staff. "I'm a member of the Conservation Committee of Sequoia Audubon Society, which is the San Mateo County chapter of the National Audubon Society. We have approximately 1,400 members in San Mateo County. It has been shown that over 100 million birds die annually from striking buildings with reflective, transparent materials that cause collisions. Under the right conditions, even transparent glass on buildings can form a mirror that can reflect sky, clouds, and nearby habitat. This project's renderings show a hazardous element where trees and landscaping are visible through the glass at the ground floor. That area must include bird safety treatment. The plans for this project show the use of 45% opaque glass. Other jurisdictions such as Mountain View's North Bay Shore Precise Plan, Cupertino, and San Jose look for 90% protection within 300 feet of a water feature, and we encourage the developers to consider upgrading their plans. Thank you for your consideration." And that is signed Leslie Flint from the Sequoia Audubon Society. Those are all the emails we have.
Is it okay if, I don't know if the applicant has a response to any of anything that was brought up, or are you allowed to speak?
Yeah. I mean, I maybe kind of killed 2 birds with 1 stone. That's a terrible pun, but I'm keeping everyone away. But the bird safety treatments, I'll just kind of very briefly go through them. You know, we've got eight things we're going to do to kind of deal with that. First is bird safety glass coating, which is a coating which is visible to birds, but not to humans, so it doesn't affect the transparency. The sight lines through the corners of the building are minimized by the column placement and the facade treatment. The reflectivity of glass will be 25% at elevations less than 60%. The exterior glazing is composed of 45% opaque glazing. Glazing is high performance to meet Title 24 energy requirements. And I would say that we work on a lot of curved walls. We worked very, very hard, I think, to find the sweet spot between maximum transparency, but also thermal efficiency, which is, as you guys probably know, that's a tough one. And then I think kind of addressing it even at a higher level, a lot of the opaque areas are actually shadow boxes, so there's recessed surfaces. So you really create a lot of visual. What do you say?
I said disparity.
Disparity between, so it doesn't appear like one large area. And then also, the mullion expression, even though it's kind of I talked about it somewhat about the idea of it being a visual thing, it also does help break up the elevation and gives orientation. The external lighting will be minimized and shield. And of course, there's, in terms of the massing, level 1 to a recess from the upper floor. So even though it is predominantly glazed, there's an enormous amount of subtlety that creates a lot of variation in the exterior envelope.
Right. Thank you. And I wish to make perhaps a response to the comment regarding parking. First of all, we very much appreciate the constructive feedback and also positive support from members of the community. On parking, we're actually providing 838 parking spaces, which is at the very bottom end of code. And the reason why we're doing that is because we believe in a future where there are fewer vehicle miles traveled. We are in a location that is accessible by the Bay Trail, as well as a bike lane in front of our project. Our project includes several features to encourage not driving, including showers and lockers within the building for those coming in and being able to freshen up before work. We have a list of TDM measures that I won't go through all today. We also have are in discussions with a car sharing company to maybe use in the very beginning 2 car spaces for those who perhaps show up on public transportation but might need a car to go to a meeting or attend a special event. Lastly, we have a synergistic perhaps situation here in that we're located adjacent to the hotel, which was designed and built in the 70s. And I can tell you is very much overparked. Though we didn't indicate it directly in our presentation, there is a way for folks to access the hotel parking lot, the surface parking lot, from 620 Airport Boulevard. So that allows us to reuse a resource that that can help us be parked sufficiently while providing the minimum number of parking spaces allowed by code on our site.
That's great, because I was going to ask you about the adjacent hotel. So very good. Are there any other comments from anyone or questions? Because we're on questions. Nope. Okay. All right. I will close the public hearing and ask my commissioners for any feedback or comments. Commissioner Camarado.
Yeah, so I think this is a really nice project. I think it's very well done. My first concern was about the birds, but they went through that in great detail, so I appreciate that. And I think that the use of having the hotel nearby and accessing parking and maybe having a nice restaurant in the hotel will be a nice add-on to the site. So I think all in all, I think it's a great project, and I think that it's will be well incorporated with everything on one campus, which I really appreciate. I do hope that they keep some of this flexible space available for a restaurant and or coffee shops and or things for the public. So I ask that they keep at least that 10,000 square feet available with what they have. But all in all, it's a great project. Thank you.
Great. I think the next one was Commissioner Schmidt.
Yeah, same. I think the flex space and how you use it will determine some success in this and how it interacts with the Bay Trail. One of my big concerns is traffic on the 2-lane road between Anza and Broadway. And so I'm concerned that we see how that traffic is going to impact there. I think another opportunity, and I mean, you guys are doing a ton and I appreciate that. I think that the part, the trail improvement and all of the landscape areas and the outdoor areas that you're offering up are a great add. I would just look a little bit further because you're doing such a large chunk of that path is the section that extends in front of the hotel and kind of to the next node. Maybe as you're adding the lighting, that's an opportunity for a future extension, but unless we ask, it's hard to get the Bay Trail upgraded in more than just the area where the project is. So, but again, you guys are definitely offering, I think, a lot of really great public amenities in this project. I think the design looks great. I like the bifurcated design. I like the fact that you still have the ability to see through, and it's not just a gigantic mass. And I think that it is handled the site very well. And so I think it's going to be a really great project. And I think you guys did a great job on your presentation and all the information that you provided for us. And it was a very thorough read. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Commissioner Say.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you for the really nice presentation. I am so excited about this project. I think that you've done such a beautiful job designing such a light and airy, very delicate kind of structures that really look so comfortable in how you've sited them on this property. They're relatable to the size of the Hilton next door. I love the opening of the view corridor in the middle. So just really appreciate so many elements to what you've put, all the energy you've put into designing the site, the buildings, the public amenities. Really excited to get to use this Bay Trail space once this is all fully developed. And I also noticed and appreciate the thoughtfulness in terms of the placement of where your bike storage racks are, and just making them very usable, functional, accessible for those cyclists, keeping some of the motorists off the road. But a wonderful job. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm going to chime in. I think it's beautiful. I love the relationship between actually the three buildings. It's very beautifully done. The proportions are beautiful, and the landscaping is gorgeous. Just thank you for all the thoughtfulness, and I agree with the comments made previously by my fellow commissioners about things to little areas of improvement or tweaking. So that's what I have to say. Is there anyone else, or should someone make a motion? Or
So you don't need to make a motion on this
Oh,
one. It will
sorry.
return on the regular action calendar. It's quite all right. And that's because there will be environmental review findings and action is that
Got it.
related to that.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Quick question before you go on.
Uh-huh.
Director Gardner. So is that where we might actually have a better idea of traffic impacts?
Yeah, so this was, both a design review and a environmental scoping meeting. So that comment has been recorded and that is where there will be a report back.
Okay, perfect.
Great. That's really good to remember that. Okay, then wonderful. And thank you for your presentation. So let's see, where does that leave us? I don't, oh, wait, no, there's more. Isn't there more? More? Wait a minute.
Not much. You're on the back page here and going to commissioners reports.
Commissioner reports and direction reports. Director.
Okay, got it. All right, I'm getting there. So yes, commissioner reports. Are there commissioner reports? Commissioners reports? No. Okay. Directors reports.
Just very shortly, last city council meeting, you may have read in the paper, the Parklet program will be extended for 18 more months. And that will allow further consideration whether to do a longer term program. And if so, what kinds of changes and enforcement to include. But for now, they will be here till summer of 2024.
Great. Okay, that's good. And I guess that's adjournment. Wow. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. It was I think it was a good long session, but it was good. Okay, thank you. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate
so
it.
we're adjourned
Thank
at like, what time is it?
11:36 p.m.
Okay. All right.
Good job, Jen.